Hello. Welcome to the Friday stream, everybody. Chatters in chat. Stop resolving ghostly prison against me. Thank you for the 30 months. Is it because I keep forgetting to respond? It's I read all of it. I just keep I have this problem where I read messages and then I don't respond right away, and then I forget. My bad. But I did read all of it. Nilmi, thank you for asking. I'm doing fine. How are you today? One of them was the setup to a trade offer. Yeah, that one I read, and that one I just didn't want to do. But I also forgot to say that. Yeah. Well, yeah. All right. Welcome to the stream, everybody. OG Haggy, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Let's get into the Friday stream today. We have locals gameplay today that we can take a look at. That was very well received last week, so I decided to keep doing it, of course, and we're gonna do it more in the future, and we're gonna improve on the concept and so on and so forth. But really fun stuff. And today we are gonna take a look at some Sky Striker gameplay from locals with the list that I showed you yesterday. I can show you the list again real quick, just so everyone's on the same page in case people weren't watching yesterday. But that is something we're going to do today. Another thing we're going to do is we're going to have to make a new version of the non-engine tier list for the current format. Because, of course, the last time we did that, it was on the day that the ban list dropped. So, you know, of course, some things have changed. And yeah, so we're gonna have some talk about non-engine hand traps, board breakers, for the upcoming Doom of Dimensions format, YCS Lille, YCS Anaheim, all that good stuff. So before we get into the stuff, let's warm up so that everyone has time to assemble. Joe Bro, thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate the prime. Thank you so much. Let's get going. Duel Links stream when? I will most likely. I mean, it's tough to say now because this is like multiple months into the future, but I will probably stream the Duel Links Worlds qualifier next year. Is a plan that I have at the moment. I am aware that Duel Links has a KC Cup going on right now, which is basically the equivalent of a Duelist Cup. But I just don't want to. I didn't feel. I'm not like prepared for grinding that at the moment because I just I re-downloaded Duel Links after Worlds because Worlds for Duel Links was kind of cool. And I kind of wanted to just get back into it a little bit. But at the moment, I'm just doing like my dailies and playing for the gems. I'm just trying to keep up because if I'm gonna do the Worlds qualifier next year. With Duel Links, the problem is with Duel Links, you have to start ahead of time because otherwise you're not going to have the cards. You're not going to have the deck, right? So, yeah. Striker is tier 1 currently. I know, that's what I'm playing. I have a Striker deck thanks to the login or like invite a friend campaign thingy. I have the Striker cards, so I'm playing around with some Sky Striker, but more like just for the rewards, not for actually like, you know, tryharding. But yeah. Anyways, let's guess some cards, shall we? Chimera best deck in Duel Links. I might install Duel Links only for Chimera. Duel Links gameplay is unironically not that bad. It's just the monetization is pretty awful. But like at the moment, I feel like it's an enjoyable game. And I guess is that sales ban? Might be sales ban. It's not. Okay. Was that like Royal Prison or something? Royal Prison, yeah. This feels familiar. No, it's something Ivy. Ivy Shackles? Is that it? Thorn of Malice? Malice? God, no. Well, it's Dark Magician Girl. Protection? Magician's protection is not a thing. Magician's defense. Okay. Well, we're off to a bad start as usual. One of the Armageddon Knight retrains. Is it not? Am I tripping? No, that is one of them. What's it called? Dusk Knight? No. Eh? Dust Knight. Oh my god. I can't do this anymore. Maybe it's Dark Coffin. It is Dark Coffin. Just a prank. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. That might be Cyber's Integrator. Yeah. That's Lullaby. This feels familiar. But what is it? Is that a Yangzing? It's not VFD. Mardark. Okay. That is a Raid Raptor, if I've ever seen one. Which Lanius is it, y'all? Which Lanius? Skull Eagle? Raid Raptor Skull Eagle. Let's go. I know my Raid Raptors. Not. You feel familiar. Hysterical Elf. Hysteric Fairy? Fairy, not Elf. Bladefly. That is Twilight Sworn Lumina. Yeah. I have seen this card. Jersey. Howard Jersey? Yeah. Oh, that's Widow Anchor. Oh, I didn't need that zoom. That is a very, very old vanilla. Oh god, I don't know its name. I have no idea. Assailant? Dark Assailant? Alright, we're on pace for a solid 600. We need to step up our game. But not with this card. Because I don't know what this card is. Something power tool related, I can tell you that. Power break. Gamma Seal. No idea. Eternal Galaxy. This feels familiar. This is very old. Oh, it's the spell card. It's yeah, it's Megaton. No. Ton. Megaton. Magical can. That one, yeah. Rip points? Ah, maybe. We're not done yet, but probably. Let me cook, okay? This is something level 7. Silent Swordsman? Is this not a Silent Swordsman? 0? Silent. It's just Silent Swordsman? Ah, okay. I didn't know they had one without a level. Maybe backlinker? I'm not sure though. Nope. Re-X? Ah, I see what they did there. Very clever. Still wish Cybers didn't exist. Erebus? That's a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I don't know what it's called. Precious Cards from Beyond. Dinomorphia? Is this Kent Regina? That's an Amorphage. Goliath. That's not Goliath? Then it's Amor Factor Pain. Ah. That's Blizzard the Far North. That's Insector Hornet. That is DNA Surgery or the other one. Nice. That is Cyber Dragon. That is Swords of the Spiritual Swords of Revealing Light. Yep, the trap card. This is Kuribo level 10. This is a Mecha Phantom Beast. Auroradon. Is it Auroradon? Oh. Ghost Trick, maybe? No, I'm not sure. It is a Ghost Trick. Yeah, Ghost Trick. Skeleton. Yeah. Rose Paladin, I think. Yep. Plague Spreader. Solemn Wishes. No idea. Gamir. Nope. Lie. Garmer. Okay. Something Uvaloop. Something loop. Uvualoop. Yeah. Is that slash draw? I'm not sure. Might be. Yeah. Nessie. These cards are related, believe it or not. Cosmo. It's not Wicked Witch. It's Good Witch. Yeah. Fountain in the Sky. No. Sacred Waters in the Sky. I always mix these two up. Okay. Oh, yeah. I've seen this thing. It's like Winged Turtle. Winged Tortoise, that one. Yeah. Dude, the friggin' Labyrinth Heavy Tank. No? Labyrinth Tank? Oh. Oh, Heavy Tank's the retrain, right. Dark Scepter Blast? Scepter Blast, something? Chaos Scepter Blast. Yeah. Oh no, another Blackwing, but one I don't know this time. I've seen it though. Hinaki? No. Chris? The Crack of Dawn. Let's go. This is Galaxy Serpent. Dragoonity Arma Mistleton. Yeah. Dude, how did we get 800? Unironically, we were sitting at like 300, like over like 8 minutes in. This is Hero Blast. This is Swamp Battle Guard. Dude, we're closer to 900 than 800. Dude, how did we hit 900? What the hell? That's a glad beast. Yo, I did not think we were going to get 900. This was looking giga washed up, but today, no washed allegations. Dude, we were sitting at 300 points like 8 minutes in. We got 600 points in 7 minutes. In the like the second half was crazy. Nice. Not washed. All right. Ooh. Today's card is a high-level dark monster with high attack, high defense, and it is newer than 2015. So first things first, let's just do a big dark. What's a big dark? Not a warrior. Let's do the main deck Albion. Okay. It is a level 8 dark monster, just an effect monster, 2500 attack. 2500 attack, level 8, more than 2000 defense. Level 8 dark, 2500 attack. Regenesis. Does Regenesis have a dark monster? Oh, they're not in there yet. Okay. Rainbow. Ah, it could be Rain. Dark World. Rainbow. Oh, that's 3000 attack. Never mind. A level 8 dark with 2500 attack. There's another rainbow. Yeah, and that one is not from freaking 2021 and up. That's from 2007. Where it is, it's not a fusion monster, it's not a ritual monster, it's just a regular effect monster. Chronicle Magician? Chronicle Magician? What is this? Wait, it's not level 8 though. What about Nightmare Magician? That's also a level 7. Ogre Dance? Ah! Oh, hold up. 2000 defense? No, 2000 defense is not it. Evaporate Dragon? Do you mean Dark End? That's 2600. Diabellstar Vengeance? Vengeance. How do you spell vengeance? Oh, it's not in there yet. Okay. Come on, bro. 6 mana, fast kill a unit. Yeah, I know, but like when I typed it, it didn't show up. That's why I was questioning my ability to type Vengeance. But the reason why it doesn't show up is because it's not in the game yet, the Diabellstar Vengeance. So that's, yeah. I know how to spell Vengeance. I just... Yeah. Guy Striker Hamp. Surgical Striker Hamp. Good call. I had no idea which level this had. Good call. Dude, I played with this card literally 2 days ago. It's kind of crazy, and I couldn't think of it. Like, this card is gonna show up in the locals gameplay literally today, and I couldn't think of it. Jesus Christ. Okay. We are looking for a... What is this? Fire Warrior, not a Noble. Light Water Machine, not a Cyber or a Tron. Okay. Water, Aqua, not Frog or Mermail. Oh, that's mean. That's mean for me specifically. I won't be able to think of anything here. Okay. Level or rank 5 or higher. A Fire Warrior that is not a Noble. Okay, Super Quantum Red Layer is what I'm thinking. Super Quantum Red Layer is what I'm thinking. Oh, Hardlake, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. We are just getting started. We're going to look at, we're going to do locals POV in a second. Red Layer was my first guess. See, the problem is... If it's your first guess, then maybe it's not great because it's gonna have a lot of people thinking of it first. And I'm trying to get something that not everyone else is guessing, so I'm trying to think of another one. A Fire Warrior level 5 or higher, or rank 5 or higher. Crimson Blader is a cool one. You know what? I'm gonna go for Crimson Blader. I don't think Crimson Blader is gonna be that rare, but 1%. Okay, nice. Extra deck monster. I kind of wish we had Crimson Blader now. Can I have Crimson Blader back? Fire Warrior extra deck. Okay, there's a couple, to be fair. There's the Flame Swordsman. But that's gonna be, you can move your answer. I know, I just don't want to. There's the Fighting Flame Swordsman. Then they made a new one. They made a new one, like the Flame Tongue, right? Flame Tongue, the Burning Blade. I'm gonna pick that one because I don't think anyone knows what it's called. 7% of people know what it's called. I lied. Okay. Level rank 4 Fire Warrior. Battling Boxer, obviously. Did Josh already see the X-Saber and TCG exclusives? No, actually. We can take a look at that in a second. I forgot about that. Okay. Give me a level or rank 4 Fire Warrior, or rather, I'm trying to think of one myself. Okay, there is all the Battling Boxers. I mean, look, I'm just gonna do a random Battling Boxer. I'm just gonna do a random Battling Boxer because most of them are level 4s. I think our odds are pretty good here. I'm taking Chief second. Let's go. 1%. Easy clap. I've never seen this card in my life. Level rank 5 or higher. That is a light or water machine, but it's not a cyber or a Tron. So Tron means no Crystron either. Light water machine. Light water machine. Dawn Dragster. Dawn Dragster is really obvious. Number C101. Silent Honor Dark is a machine? There's no way. I think so. I'm not sure. I think it's an aqua. I think the rank up thingies have the same type as the base. And I know Silent Honor Arc is not a machine. Panzer Dragon? You know what? I'm gonna put Panzer Dragon down here. 9%. Damn it. Cosmo Slip Rider. I like that answer. I like the Slip Rider answer. I'm gonna take that. 2%. A level rank 4 light or water machine. Okay, any level 4 light machine that isn't a cyber. It can't be that hard. It just cannot be that hard. What's the Victory Viper? That is such an unk answer. I'm sorry. Level rank 5 or higher, water, aqua, not frog or mermail. Okay, so this category is tough. A water aqua, level rank 5 or higher. Well, wait, Silent Honor Dark. Right? Ah, Silent Honor Dark. Extra deck monster. Level rank 4. I was just thinking of something. Aqua Spirit. Easy. Totally awesome. Right. That's not a frog. Pretty good. We had not a single answer in the 2 digits today. Pretty good round. Pretty good round. I picked Barrier Statue. Yeah, there's something wrong with you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, I was gonna take a look at the new. I was gonna take a look at the new X Sabers, but I'm getting an error on the YG organization page. Does anyone else get that? Can you guys I got it too? Okay. So it's not on my side. Okay, is there a different site where I can look at the new X Sabers? Because I don't actually surely someone posted them on Twitter. What's the like yugioh news or something? They probably post that type of stuff, right? Yeah, they do. Okay. Okay, we have new X Saber support in Terminal World 3. Which I believe is just legacy support mostly for dual terminal archetypes, which X Sabers are. So let's jump in there. We have 2 effect monsters and 2 synchro monsters to take a look at here. First things first, we have X Saber Perina. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can send it to the graveyard, special summon 2 X Saber monsters from your deck except X Saber Perina, but destroy them during the end phase. Okay, they gave X Saber their own rescue cat, which is funny because that used to be one of the like classic cards in X Saber. It's even better because it's a rescue cat that is a tanky target. It's basically rescue cat with priority. That's very funny because you immediately send it to the grave when you summon it. That's pretty good because it's a tanky target and it's also a tuner and it's also a target for like you can revive it because it's called X Saber. Right? So it has implications. I don't know how you play X Saber nowadays, but like they have X Saber, they have ways to revive X Sabers from the graveyard, like Fall Troll. I don't know if you would still play Fall Troll in X Sabers at all. Another thing is also like summoning something like X Saber Dark Soul is not nearly as broken. Is not nearly as broken as it was back in the day because you're searching in end phase, but okay. It is a broken Invoker target, but remind me real quick, I think is Invoker still banned in TCG? I think it is, yeah? I think it's not that unlikely that we get back Invoker eventually, though. They might give us back Invoker. I could see that. If this card is sent to the grave as material for the synchro summon of an X Saber monster, you can apply one of these effects. It can make a second attack during each battle phase, or it can attack directly. Okay, so a small bonus going second. I mean, to be fair, this card didn't need much more to be a good card. The first effect is what it's all about. The second effect is just a nice bonus that, with X Sabers, it can matter sometimes. Because you could go for game, or, you know, you can make like something, like some X Sabers have that effect where you can loop from their hand. So, okay. Not bad. My problem here, just before we keep reading in general, is like, I don't even know what X Saber needs to be playable because it feels like all of the X Sabers are pretty outdated. You know, like if I'm thinking of X Sabers right now, of course, my boomer brain is thinking of like the 2011 version of X Saber. I don't actually know if they've given X Saber support somewhat recently, but like all of those cards were very high quality back in the day, but are basically all unplayable nowadays. Like the cards from back in the day, right? You have Emmer's Blade, which was like a really good version of like a really good battle recruiter back in the day, but nowadays you don't want that anymore. Dark Soul was a really good like search in end phase, like a really good version of Sangan for the deck basically, but end phase search is not something you want nowadays. And then you look at cards like Airbellum, which is like, okay, well, it needs the battle phase to do something, which back in the day was more realistic than nowadays. So, and then like Gotham's Emergency Call, for example, just revive 2 X Sabers from the graveyard, was really powerful back then, but it is a trap card. So that's not going to be good nowadays. So it's really hard to make those types of cards relevant again, is what I'm trying to say, right? Like, did they even make X Saber support in the meantime? Fall Troll is soft once. Yes, Fall Troll is maybe one of the cards that hasn't aged so poorly, but at the same time, Fall Troll is a brick in modern sense, right? Like, in modern sense, Fall Troll would be considered like an engine requirement because it doesn't play on its own, right? So I don't know. It's like X-Sabers needs a lot of help, I feel like, in order to be playable. And so far, they've only announced 4 cards. So I have my doubts that even with this card is good, don't get me wrong, but like, where are we going with this? We are not locked into X-Sabers, though, is something worth pointing out. X-Saber Bruno, a level 3 Earth Psychic Tuner, a Psychic. Okay, so this is a teleport target. Very random for X-Sabers. I don't think they have a single Psychic monster, but okay. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card's in your hand, you can banish another Earth monster from your hand, face-up field, or graveyard, special summon this card. If this card is normal or special, you can add a Saber spell trap from your deck or graveyard to your hand. Once per turn, during your opponent's main or battle phase quick effect, you can synchro summon using only Earth monsters you control, including this card. Okay, now, what Saber spell is worth playing in the year 2025? Because I know there is a Saber card, I think Saber Slash destroys your opponent's cards up to the number of X-Sabers you control. That's like a normal spell. There's Saber Hole, which is like an X-Saber version of Solemn Warning, I believe. I don't know. They all seem like bricks. The new one they're going to print. If they print a new Saber spell, which isn't announced in this wave, but if they do that, then sure, this card is really high quality, right? Because it's an extender, but it also works as a normal summon, and it's an emergency teleport target that just goes +1 and is a tuner. So, and it has a quick synchro effect on top of all of that. So that, for example, that could make a card like Gotham's Emergency Call, maybe it could turn it into somewhat of a disruption, right? On the opponent's turn, because you can bring this back and then synchro with it immediately into something, right? So this card on paper is really strong. I think it does kind of struggle with the fact that I think the Saber spell trap selection is pretty poor at the moment. Is how I would look at it, right? Unless they make a good Saber spell. And that's it for the main deck at the moment. 2 new effect monsters, which I'm not gonna lie to you, I think because of the reasons I said earlier, this is not enough, because like all of the old cards are outdated. Basically all of them. Well, okay. Commander Souza, Swordmaster, level 10 Earth Monster. Needs 1 tuner and Earth monsters. This card is always treated as an X-Saber card. It gains 200 attack for each banished monster. It starts at 2500. When this card destroys a monster by battle, you can draw a card. This is not once per turn, so it potentially combos with like the Purina giving you a second attack. Sure, but then again, we're using the battle phase here. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you contribute an X-Saber monster to destroy a card they control. Okay, not a negate. I like that. I like these sort of effects. That's cool. It's not as powerful, though, attributing X-Sabers just to destroy a card. If this card will be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can banish a Saber card from your grave instead. It's like, yeah, it's like a very, very mediocre version of Detonator. Because you have to be able to tribute an X-Saber every time you use it. But none of it is once per turn, which is kind of neat, right? Like being able to protect it like multiple times. Oh, but this part is once per turn. This part is once per turn. I overread that. The draw a card is not once per turn, and the protection is not once per turn, but the destruction is once per turn. So it's not even close to Detonator. Okay, sure. I mean, okay, we shouldn't use Detonator as the bar for every new extra deck monster that destroys cards, because that is a very high bar. So, but it's kind of mid, right? Like for a legacy support card for an archetype from 15 years ago, it's kind of mid, I feel like. X Saber Goddams. Oh, I can already see some deck list errors coming in because there's X Saber Goddams and XX Saber Goddams, but all right. Level 7 Earth Warrior Synchro, a tuner and an Earth monster, or multiple Earth monsters. You can only use the first, second, and third effect once per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, you can add a Saber or Goddam spell trap from your deck to your hand. Okay, like so much of this depends on more like Saber or Goddam spell traps. Like they need to make a good one because right now there's like basically nothing. There's another thing they could do that I think would be kind of cool to make Dark Souls a viable card again, in my opinion, is they would need to print an X-Saber monster that has an impact on the game, even if you add it to your hand during the end phase, right? Like, for example, if this effect to special summon itself was a quick effect, then we would be talking, right? Because then Dark Soul would have value, right? Because Dark Soul in the end phase, you add Bruno in this hypothetical scenario. They need like X-Saber, yeah, X-Saber, Phimena, Poplar, Havness, that type of card. Because that way, you would make X-Saber Dark Soul an actual impactful search in the end phase rather than just being follow-up, right? That's something that would make, I think that would make a lot of sense for X-Saber. Anyways, when this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can discard a random card from their hand. Okay, the classic X-Saber effect. When your X-Saber monster is targeted for an attack while this card's in your grave, you can special this card, then change the attack target to it. Yeah, this is a neat card. Because, you know, on summon, add a spell trap, and then you can even, it's relatively big for a level 7. You can make it attack twice with the Purina. And then maybe in grind games, rip 2 cards out of your opponent's hand. Like, that's good. The problem is it 100% depends on... it 100% depends on better Saber or Goddam spell traps being printed. He's basically a free synchro climb due to Goddam's second call. Okay, hold up. Let me read Goddam's second call. Goddam's second call. If you control an X-Saber Synchro, you can target 2 X-Sabers in your grave, special summon both targets, ignore their summoning conditions, but change their attack to 0, also destroy them during the end phase. You can only activate 1 per turn. You cannot conduct your battle phase the turn you activate this card. Sure. Okay. That probably qualifies as a good enough target to play 1 copy for the Synchro. It is not something you can search with Bruno, though, right? Because Bruno is only a searcher for Saber spell traps. So, okay, we've worked out what the target for Goddams could be, but we still don't really have a good target for Bruno. I'm not gonna lie to you, this all seems like some pretty easy setup for a Goddam's hand loop. And when I say Goddams, I mean XX Saber Goddams. Not the new Goddams. So this one. This one is like, you contribute an X-Saber monster, discard a random card from your opponent's hand. This effect is not once per turn. So you can just like try to make this and then spit out a bunch of X-Saber bodies to just rip cards out of your opponent's hand. Which, the way it's looking right now is probably going to be pretty weak to hand traps. Like, at this moment, I don't really see a way how this deck really respects Nibiru. At the same time, it is not really locked into anything, so maybe you can find a way to play around Nib or something. But, alright. I don't know. I liked X-Saber's playstyle back in the day a lot. I am struggling to see how you can make that sort of playstyle work in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like one of those decks where I feel like if it does see play in modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, it would probably end up being a very different deck. I kind of feel like how I feel about Mermail, about this deck. Like Mermail was a really cool concept in 2012, 2013, because it was like more grindy back then. With like, you know, you played battle recruiters, you played a lot of cards that gave you a little card advantage over there, here and there, but they could with the right hand and the right setup, they could, like, you know, put on a lot of pressure to the opponent. So I liked those types of decks back then. Both of those decks have kind of been like, because when you condense the gameplay of a deck that was supposed to be grindy into a single turn in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, sometimes they lose their identity that way. And I think X-Saber would probably end up being a very just combo heavy hand loopy deck, which I'm not sure how I feel about it. However, I think luckily these cards are not good enough to actually make that work. I'm going to be honest with you. I think this card here is like the craziest choke point you'll see, because all of the other X-Saber cards, like, it's going to be very hard, or rather, it's going to be very easy to find a good combo with X-Saber Purina. But what's going to be very difficult is to find a line in the deck if you either don't find access to Purina or if your Purina gets negated. Because at that point, you're going to be stuck with a lot of outdated X-Saber cards. And I don't think that those are going to make things work. So, yeah, one Ash Blossom, or even if you use Tenki to find this, you can even get Dominus Impulse on it. Fuva also, like, I don't think you can maybe you can hand loop your opponent under Fuva if you at some point enter like a Ragigura hand loop type situation, where it's like infinite hand rips but without summoning from the extra deck anymore. Well, I don't know. If they unban Invoker, you're gonna have a ton of starters. You're gonna have a ton of starters, but every single one of those starters is going to go through Purina. Right? Like every Invoker play ultimately is combo because of Purina. So if there is an Ash Blossom and they just Ash the Purina, it's going to be very hard for you to make up for that. You know what I mean? It still is one choke point. Even if you have a bunch of starters and a bunch of extenders, in theory, they don't properly extend. Right? Well, okay. New Albaz episode is out, by the way. I haven't even seen the last one, I think. I forgot to watch the last one. No. Don't forget the new TCG exclusives. Yeah. Give me a second. We do have... Let me enhance. All right, we have some TCG exclusives from Doom of Dimensions. I haven't actually seen these yet. I saw that they were posting them, but I didn't have time at the moment to read them. So, Doom of Dimension TCG exclusives. Let's see if there's anything here. Chanbar, the Flashy Sports Knight. One tuner, one non-tuner monsters. It is a level 8 synchro generic. Monsters your opponent controls lose 400 attack for each equip spell you control. You can only use each of the following effects of Chanbar once per turn. You can target one other card on the field. Send an equip spell from your hand or deck to the grave, and if you do, destroy that target. If this card is in your grave, you can target 2 face-up cards in your spell trap zone, destroy them, and if you do, special summon this card. That doesn't seem like a terrible card to me. Sending an equip spell from deck to grave can be an advantage in some decks. It puts bamboo swords in rotation. That's the first thing that my mind went to. No, Josh, not the bamboo. Dude, trust me, one day, it draws 2 cards, all right? It draws 2 cards, the golden bamboo sword. In reality, the truth is probably if the first thing I'm thinking of is bamboo swords, it's probably a red flag. But it's not a terrible card, you know. It's removal, send an equip spell from deck to grave, and then also it can come back from the graveyard. So it's not awful, I don't think. We have Licorice Lily Reaper, a plant synchro level 5. Oh, we don't need plant cards. No, don't do that. If a monster is sent from the field to your opponent's graveyard while this card is in your monster zone, even during the damage step, you can gain life points equal to one of those monsters' attack in their grave. If your opponent takes effect damage while this card's in your graveyard, you can banish this card, send the monster from the field to the grave with attack less than or equal to the difference in your life points and your opponent's. You can only use each effect once per turn. It strikes me as Black Rose Dragon support because of the stats as well. It's got 800 attack, so it's like a Black Garden target that you can... It's a Black Garden target that you can revive off of just destroying 1 token with 800 attack. I am not sure how good it is for the Black Rose Dragon archetype. Like, does it make... I haven't looked into the Black Rose Dragon deck enough to know if this is like fixing a problem the deck had. I think being able to revive a level 5 off of Black Garden by just popping 1 token is maybe a neat ability, but it doesn't seem that good is the problem. Okay. Next up, we have fusions. We have fusions. The first one is Chevroil, Hunting Scout of the Deep Forest. It is a level 7 Earth Warrior. It requires 1 level 5 or higher Earth Warrior and an Earth Warrior. Unaffected by your opponent's activated effects during the main phase only. Your opponent's monsters that can attack must attack the monster you control with the highest attack. When another Earth Warrior monster you control destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can special summon an Earth Warrior from your grave or banishment. You can only use this effect once per turn. Is this meant to be War Rock support? Because it also looks kind of War Rocky. They both do. Are they really still trying to make War Rock work? War Rock is not going to work. Faizan, Hunting Scout of the Deep Forest. 2 Earth Warriors. Unaffected by your opponent activated effect during the main... This deck is trying so hard to be Tenpai, but it's just not Tenpai. 2 Earth Warrior monsters unaffected by activated effects during the main phase only. During the battle phase, quick effect, you contribute this fusion summon card. Special summon 2 Earth Warrior monsters from your grave, except Faizan. And if you do, your Earth Warriors cannot be destroyed by battle for the rest of this turn. You can only use this effect once per turn. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna play Warhawks now. For reference, fun fact, Warhawks is the deck that I'm using in Duel Links to play against the NPCs. Like on auto duel, I have a Warrock deck because it, like, in Duel Links with 4,000 life points, it kills really fast. But and the auto duel rarely messes up with it. However, sometimes it loses to the NPCs in Duel Links. So that's just a fun fact. We have this guy's the Copycat Hero. If you have an equip spell in your field or grave, okay, we see some noble like knight support here. There's a noble arms card next to it. If you have an equip spell, field or grave, you can special this card from your hand as a tuner. If this card is normal or special, you can add a cursed Copycat Noble Arms from your deck to your hand. While this card's equipped with an equipped card, you can target a non-tuner warrior monster on the field with a level. This card's level, also its name, becomes the same as that monster's until the end phase. You can only use each effect once per turn. I mean, it doesn't seem like a bad extender to me. Like, if you have an equip spell already, you can just special it, and then it also searches you the equip spell, which, depending on what the equip spell does, maybe it's decent. Okay. It's not awful. Let's read the equip spell. Cursed Copycat, Noble Arms. The equipped monster gains 200 attack and defense for each equip spell in the field, in your field and grave. While this card is equipped to a warrior monster, you can activate this effect. You cannot special for the rest of this turn except warriors. Also, special summon a warrior with the same attribute and level as the equipped monster, but a different name from your deck. And if you do equip it with this card, then destroy the monster this card was equipped to. You can only use this effect once per turn. So what you're saying is, by going special disguise, search Copycat, and then equipping the Noble Arms to it, I can special any light level 4 warrior from my deck, right? Any level 4 light warrior I can special with this. Or if I want to, if I'm playing Inferno Noble Knights, I don't have to equip it to the Copycat, right? I can also equip it to like a fire just to special from deck, right? And I keep the equip spell around. I'm not the biggest Infernoble or Noble Knight fan, but I feel like this is not bad here. It does lock you into warriors, though, as it should. As it should lock you into warriors. Jesus Christ. I don't hate this. I don't hate this package. This seems like the kind of cards that are like worth checking out if you're into Infernoble Knight. They're not bad. Hunting Horn. Oh god, another Warrock card? Quick play spell. Fusion summon an Earth Warrior fusion monster from your extra deck using warriors from your hand or field. Then, if you activated this card during the battle phase, you can choose monsters your opponent controls up to the number of materials used from the hand for this fusion summon, and their attack becomes halved until the end of the battle phase. You cannot declare an attack the turn you activate this card except with Earth Warriors. You can only activate one Hunting Horn per turn. Okay, so we have an unsearchable way to make the fusion monsters now during the battle phase. This is hypothetically, okay? Hypothetically, this is a good card for Warrock because what it does is it does add a lot of damage to your combos because you're like, the idea is you attack with some of the Earth Warriors, then you fuse them away, and then the fusion can also attack. So like, and then also there's the one fusion that like, which one was it? There's one that tags out into the two from the graveyard. So you can go like attack with 2, fuse them into that thing, attack with it, and then affect and bring the other 2 back, and they can attack again. I can see the idea behind this card at least. Combined with the other 2 fusion monsters. Like, I get it, all right? I still don't think the concept of Warrock is going to be good, but I understand what they're trying to do with this card, at least. It's just basically, I think it's for the better that it is this way, but I think for the most part, Warrock was just an attempt at making a battle phase OTK deck, and it didn't work out, and then they made Tenpai, and that worked out, and I think Warrock just can never or should never be Tenpai. So like, I think for the sake of the game, as someone who hated Tenpai, I think it's better if Warrock stays bad. Because the ways that they could, or like the routes that they could take to make Warrock playable is not something I want to play against. But okay, so from that aspect, I think Tenpai was not a very well-received deck in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, so I am asking myself, why are we spending 3 TCG exclusive card slots on basically Warrock support, which no one really vibes with, but okay. Bleeding Flower of the Magician. Target a face-up spell trap your opponent controls or a spell trap you control. Destroy it. Then, if you targeted a card you control, you can apply one of these effects. Place a monster from your graveyard in your spell trap zone as a face-up continuous spell. Add an equip or continuous spell from your grave to your hand. You can only activate a Fleeting Flower of the Magicians per turn. I'm not gonna lie, when I started reading this, I felt like this was meant to be Magnificestorm support, or Radiant Typhoon, as I should say. Because it's a quick play spell and you can like destroy your own cards, which I think has some synergy with the deck. But then this seems for Doomsday. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, when I read the bullet points effects, I was like, this has nothing to do with Magnificestorm. There's no synergy there. Place a monster from your grave in your spell trap zone as a face-up continuous spell. The payoff seems so mediocre, though. For a card that is inherently, I mean, it's not a one-card combo. It's also, I would hardly consider this an extender or something like that. Like, it's just like, I guess it could be part of some two-card combos in certain decks where you want to destroy your own cards and you kind of like having stuff in your spell trap zone. Even then, I find it hard to imagine that this is the card you actually choose to play. It can be an MST that also combo extends. It only destroys face-up spell traps. I think if it destroyed any spell trap, it'd be better. But it is nice that it's also just an out to floodgates, right? Like in some circumstances. It's always nice to have a card in your deck that can handle floodgates, but yeah. I don't know. I think the payoff is not good enough for you to play this card. Like, if you're looking for a card just to destroy your own stuff, I think, like, for example, Doomsday, right? Doomsday has cards that want to be destroyed by card effects, but at the same time, I think Doomsday just inherently has better ways to do that, right? I don't know. I'm not convinced by this card. There was one more up here, I believe. Where was it? This one. Silk Bomb Moth is a level 6 wind insect. If you have 2 or more wind monsters in your grave and this card is in your hand, you can special summon this card, and if you do, shuffle a wind monster from your grave into the deck. If this card is normal or special, you can reveal the top card of your opponent's deck and apply the appropriate effect based on its card type. If it's a monster, you place it in your opponent's spell trap zone as a face-up continuous spell. If it's a spell trap, you banish it. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay, what deck is this meant for? It is anti-synergy with the MST archetype. Yeah, when I saw a wind monster, I was kind of hoping for like a Radiant Typhoon. Just a little tool to work with. But I mean, is it maybe? No, it's not. It can't be good to give your opponent a spell trap card, right? Even if, like, I guess it makes it so you can activate your MST. It's for wind decks generally. Okay, but like, from a generic perspective, what does this card do? It is a super conditional level 6 extender, and that's it. Right? Like, come on. I think we're past the point where a monster that has like no text on it, basically, to no text on it to just to special summon itself. And that's even, it's relatively conditional here. Like, you have to already be playing the game to put 2 wind monsters in your grave. Like, you can't just like start with this. You can do it already. You can chain MST to your quick list and they reset. Yeah, I don't think this card is good in the MST archetype. Like, it's better for you if you really want to activate MST on the first turn because like something triggers off of it or something. You can just destroy your own cards with it and they will reset themselves anyways. So like it's not really a reason to play this card just to give your opponent a spell trap. And even then, if that, think about that, if it was necessary to give your opponent a spell trap, this card wouldn't even consistently do it because it only does it when you hit a monster. So you won't know. It's not like a reliable thing that you can work with because if you hit a spell trap, it just gets banished and you don't get to destroy anything later, right? So I guess it can be a very inconsistent way to play around evenly in a wind deck that really has a weakness to evenly. But even then, like, imagine this is your way to counter evenly and then you just hit a spell trap and then they don't have a card and then they even you anyways. So I don't know. This card just doesn't seem great. I don't know why we don't get better TCG exclusives. I mean, these cards, these two are at least like something you can work with. You know, I can see these cards being playable. Like the warrior support here is not bad, but other than that, I think there's very little. It just feels like a lot of the TCG exclusives like are just super mediocre a lot of the times. Like every once in a while, they'll just give us like an absolute banger. Like I'm thinking like Garura, right? Like Garura was crazy, but like the overwhelming majority of the TCG exclusives just like kind of suck. And like even if you like think about that, right? If you wanted to do Warrock support, like Warrock is a deck that is like giga unplayable at the moment, and so just sitting down and making 3 TCG exclusives for Warrock and then having them be like 2 extra deck monsters and like a mediocre fusion spell. Do they expect things to change for Warrock? Like, I don't know. Anyways. All right, that's the new cards out of the way. Barfa's mountains are going to the moon now? Nah. One day Warrocks will get broken support. I think, I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I feel like I think Tenpai showed that the majority of people don't like this sort of deck. I think if a deck, that's my personal opinion, that's not everyone, but like I think Blinding Second is interesting in Yu-Gi-Oh, but only if the deck's plan is not always to like go completely stupid and OTK the opponent in the most ignorant way possible, right? Like I think like even something like Gem Knight is more interesting and acceptable because that deck like inherently isn't like unaffected by everything, right? I think unaffected or your opponent can't activate type interactions or basically non-interactions are like one of the most boring thing you can do, especially for a going second deck, right? Because the gameplay with Tenpai is basically just like one player either depending on whether it's board breaker or hand trap Tenpai, but it's like either you stop your opponent from playing and then kill him with one card, or you combo for 5-10 minutes and then your opponent just activates like 3 cards, everything's unaffected, you can't activate cards and kill you. And I just don't think that offers cool gameplay. And I think Warrock is the type of deck that if it was viable, it would be the same thing, right? And I much prefer decks like Gem Knight, which are powerful going second and play a bunch of board breakers to try and break the board and everything. Like in some games against Gem Knight, it can feel like you couldn't have done anything because they just have like Lightning Storm Droplet, Brilliant Fusion or whatever, right? You know, sure. But at the same time, like, I think like there's just more games where the decks can be interacted with. But yeah. Speaking of Blinding Second, what a segue. We have Locals gameplay from for today that we can take a look at and commentate over. from my locals 2 days ago that I went to with Sky Striker. Now, I have showed, I have walked through the deck list yesterday on stream already, but very quickly, just so we're all on the same page, I can show the deck list again. Give me a second to set up the camera. Oh, it's frozen. Why is it frozen? There we go. Okay. I'll go over the deck list real quick because we went over it yesterday. And if you want more explanations, you can either check out the VOD from yesterday, or I'm also going to upload the the deck list and the gameplay on the same day again as with the one from last week, which was very well received, by the way. Thank you all for watching it either on stream or on YouTube. People seem to really like the locals gameplay thingy. The feedback was really nice, so I appreciate that. It was a lot of fun, and I plan on doing it very regularly from now on. We're probably gonna have gameplay from locals like every week if I can make it work, unless I have to skip locals for some reason. But yeah, anyways, today we're going to be watching this Sky Striker deck in action. We have 3 rounds to take a look at. I played more than 3 rounds, but my battery on the GoPro died because I didn't charge it properly. That was my bad. But we do have 3 rounds to take a look at. And the list that I played was 3 Ray, 2 Rose. It's not sorted super well, but 3 Thrust, 1 Talents, 1 Called By, 1 Imperm is the only trap as my thrust target to set when I go first. Chicken Game, Terraforming, Rhoda, Feather Duster, 2 Raigekis, only 2 Raigekis. I said it yesterday, but I only found 2. I think I have a third one somewhere, but I couldn't find it. So I played 2, as well as 3 Droplet, and 3 Upstart, 3 Desires, and then for the Sky Striker spells, Jamming Waves, Multi-Roll, Shark Cannon, 2 Lemnis Gate, because Desires, same reason for the second Rose, 3 Anchor, 3 Linkage, 3 Engage. So that's the list we're going to be playing. Unfortunately, no Radiant Typhoon Vision yet, because Doom of Dimension wasn't out yet. That's why I wasn't able to play with it, but I do think that card is really good. And then the extra deck was relatively standard for Sky Striker, I think. 3-0, 3 Kagari, 1 Shizuku, 1 Hayate, 1 Kagari, 1 Kaina, Zeke, Azalea, SP, Dark, Hita. Hita is to search Dogoran in my side deck for Lunalight Liger Dancer, and 1 Typho. And the side deck was 3 Ash, 3 Fuva, Dogoran, and Hamp, because I was scared of double Liger Dancer. So the plan is we can search this with Engage, and we can search this with Hita, and we can out 2 Liger Dancers. 3 Salesband for Droll and Lockbird, because that card's a menace for my deck. 1 Dimensional Barrier for Thrust, and 3 Evenly Matched for Draco Tail. That was the list, just for reference. And now we're jumping into the locals gameplay with Sky Striker. All right, now, the thing is, the thing I want to say before we hop into today's commentary session, or first of all, I want to ask you guys, should I speed these up a little bit? Because that was one of the feedback I got from the last one. Some people asked if I could speed up the gameplay just a little bit. And I'm not sure if that's something that people prefer. Because ultimately, whenever I have something to talk about, I will pause anyways. But I feel like it's fine. I feel like it's fine the way it is, but feel free to leave feedback either now or in the YouTube comments on whether you like the footage in real time or whether you like it sped up a little bit. I personally think I prefer it at normal speed, so that's what we're gonna do for today again. But yeah, the thing that I want to put an emphasis on today with Sky Striker is that I haven't played with the new version of Sky Striker that much. Basically, I've played Sky Striker once since 0 came out, and that was at 1 locals and that was like a while ago in a completely different format. I think the most interesting thing for today's gameplay is going to be with Sky Strike. I'm blinding second, by the way. I'm blinding second, and so there's a few things I wanna take a look at today in terms of my own gameplay, because very often when I went second and I start my turn, you have to make a lot of decisions early with Sky Striker that are going to impact your turn later. Like, for example, your first couple of engage searches and so on and so forth. They are going to impact your, like, the turn later on and also the next turn. And that's like, with Sky Striker, you're always in the middle of like, am I going to be able to win this turn, or am I going to have to grind it out? And those are decisions you have to make with Sky Striker, like sometimes in the beginning of the turn, and that's something I want to pay attention to today, because I wasn't always super sure about that. All right, anyways, round one. You skip. And of course, as it is tradition with a blind second deck, I won the dice roll. So I sent my opponent first. I mean, I knew that was gonna happen. By the way, fun fact: we use Neuron for locals, so you check for your opponent in Neuron. And my opponent's name made me laugh in Neuron, because their name was Ghetto Kaiba. I thought that was funny. So I started off locals on a high note because my opponent was called the Ghetto Kaiba. I thought that was funny. And my hand slaps. I can tell you that much. Look at that. Terraforming Upstart, Thrust Droplet Widow Anchor. I'm like, all right, we're in for a good day. We're in for a good day. And then it's Pearly. And at this point, I'm like very worried about my chances in game one, because I have no out to a 5 material Noir. I have no out, 0 to a 5 material Noir in my main deck. Keep in mind, I just showed you the side deck. I am very prepared for this matchup after siding randomly, because I was anticipating Lunalight, but I have the Striker and I have the Kaiju. So I am prepared after siding, but game one, if they make a 5 material Noir, I don't really have the ability to out it unless it's like it doesn't have Delicious Memory. If it's small, I can maybe make a monster that's bigger than it, but if it's a fat Noir with a Delicious under it, I cannot out it. So yeah. And the first Pearly hits double Sleepy, which, by the way, I learned after. They told me later that that Sleepy Memory is at 2, so they hit both with the Pearly. And then we go normal summon Pearl Lily. Go for my friend. That drink is making me so uncomfortable. Which one? This one or the one down here? Because mine is empty already. I already drank my water. But this one, I mean, this one's closed. So at this point, basically, because they hit the Sleepy Memory off of the Pearly, I'm essentially hoping that they go for a trap setup instead of making a Noir immediately, right? Because making a big Noir on turn 1 without using the trap is not as easy. And the reason why it's a lot better for me if they use the trap card to make it is obviously because in that case, the Noir will not stay there forever, right? If they make a Noir with the trap, it would go back to the extra deck in the next end phase of their turn. So I'd be fine. Oh, and here they reveal that it's in fact a K9 Pearly deck. because the second Pearly misses and reveals Izuna and forced release. And now they have a Noir with double Sleepy Memory under it, which is kind of crazy. But the good news for me here is that they are going to go for a trap setup, and they go into the end phase here, which I thought was a little surprising. But I think in hindsight, it makes some sense because they are playing the K9 cards, so maybe their extra deck options are limited. But also, this was 4 summons, so maybe they decided to play around Nibiru. Is my guess. And I draw a Rose for turn, and here I'm just clarifying some things with my opponent, like which materials they have under the thingy. And now they put the materials like this, which is going to be a lot of people in the comments are going to be very mad about this, but they put the materials like this just to remember what's under it. That's something that you guys are going to be mad about. That I know that, but I don't care. So I decide to use my Widow Anchor here on the Noir before we enter the standby phase, so that they only draw 2 cards and not 4. So they go into the Noir immediately, and it's gonna have 5 materials, so it is unaffected. It has a Delicious under it, so it's big right now. I think it's 4,300 defense with 5 materials, and they're gonna draw 2 cards with the 2 Sleepy Memories here. However, I basically have I can kind of do whatever I want here. The only thing is I cannot go for game and I cannot out the Noir. In theory, I guess I have a win con against the big Noir, right? Even if it's unaffected and I can't out it. I could attack directly over and over with Hayates. That is something I can do. And eventually the problem is just, I think if the Noir is really big, they probably out damage me. Right? The Noir probably out damages me in the long run because it's going to attack for way more damage than my Hayate. Even if I can make the Hayate 2500 with linkage eventually. Anyways, I go for Chicken Game, draw a card. At this point, we've got 2 spells in the grave already. So the upstart is going to be the 3rd spell. And I draw a multi-roll. So at this point, I'm just thinking, like, with this hand, I don't think I have a way to go for game. Obviously, because the Noir is there. So I'm just trying to go, like, set up a lot of things and try to survive the next turn. I activate the multi-roll to play around a top deck Ash Blossom from the Sleepy Memory. I don't want to get Ashed on Thrust or Engage, so I sent my Chicken Game away. I want the Chicken Game gone anyways, so that my opponent cannot draw with it the next turn. And then I Thrust and they can't Ash it anymore. I get Engage. And I engage. And here is the first, like, weird point, or like the first thing I have to get used to when playing Striker for the first time or the second time with the new cards. Is like, what do you engage for here? Because, like, there's no obvious card I need right now. Like, a Widow Anchor doesn't really provide me much. I already have a Rose, so I can, what's it called? I already have a normal summon. Widow Anchor doesn't really do anything. I think I just go for linkage here, because ultimately, at the moment, I only have 1 play. I only have 1 play, which is the Rose, and it's not Ray, so it cannot tag out. So if they decide to use the Noir on the Rose, I would not have an access to a Striker link at the moment, so I think I go linkage here, just in case. And linkage is good anyways, because it can give me 0 eventually. Yeah, I go for linkage. I don't play Hornet Drones. Draw Called by the Grave, not the worst pickup, potentially, because I can interrupt them on the next turn maybe. Now we go normal summon Rose. Did I miss the non-engine discussion? No, we're doing that after locals. So add back engage, engage again. I will say one thing. This deck is very, very fun because you get to resolve engage very consistently multiple times per turn now. With zero, you basically always have engage. It's awesome. Between thrust, the natural triple copy of engage, and zero being a thing, it's awesome. I go for a Lemnis Gate here because I'm just going for the long game and I draw a second normal summon, which is kind of annoying. That's the worst part. That is the worst part about playing double Rose, is you're going to draw 2 normal summons a lot, which is really annoying. I still don't know how I feel about Pot of Desires in this deck, because ultimately playing Pot of Desires makes it so you have to build your deck a little bit worse. So yeah. Here I'm just explaining Lemnis Gate to my opponent, with like how many I can bounce depending on how many I shuffle back. Didn't let the opponent cut. Yeah, because they said they don't want to cut anymore. After the second engage, they were like, you don't have to give it to me every time. Just do your thing, man. my Noir is unaffected. I'm not trying to cut every time you engage. I Raigeki just to get the Pearlies off the board. I could have just attacked one and then linkaged, but I wanted to go... What I want to do here is I want to Shizuku in the end phase. After I Hayate, of course, because I'm trying to get a Ray into the graveyard here. I don't have Ray in the grave right now, so I'm going battle phase, attack them for 15. Why didn't they float? The My Friend and the Street only float when Xyz monsters leave the field. Not for the main deck monsters. That is also something I clarified earlier. I wasn't sure, but I asked my opponent. You can speak German? Yes. Considering the fact that I am German, yes. Is Magnificestorm out yet? No. No Doom of Dimension for this locals, unfortunately. All right, so here I go Shizuku. This is a play that I think I'm gonna do this more often throughout this day. But I found that when I already had access to engage, sometimes, like here, for example, I could linkage for 0 to grab another engage. I can do that. But I decide to do that in the end phase, basically. What I want to do here is I just want to set 4. Or set 3, rather. And then go end phase, I believe, Shizuku for linkage. And then activate linkage into 0. And then reset linkage with multi-roll, I think is what I'm doing. Which I'm not sure if that's the optimal sequence with Sky Striker here, but it's what I decide to do. And in my mind, it's like, okay, this Noir has 5 materials. It's going to be able to spin a couple of cards, but it's not actually a win con right now. Because, it's not actually a win con, because it's not, like, there forever. It was summoned with the trap card. So it can, it goes back into the extra deck in the next end phase. So I'm just trying to set up as much disruption as possible for their next turn, because they're not going to have an insane amount of cards. So I might be able to just live through the next turn, and then the Noir basically outs itself, and then I'm good. Is Noir once per chain? No. I search a Widow Anchor with the 0 here, because I'm forgetting something right now, which is the fact that this Noir is targeting protected. Because in my mind, it's like, if they chain this Noir, they detach 2 to try and spin my multi-roll, for example. In my head, it's like, okay, I'm gonna chain Widow Anchor. negate the Noir, and they cannot chain it again because multi-roll is active, so they cannot respond to my spells. But I'm forgetting that that it's untargetable right now because it was summoned this turn. So in a second, I'm gonna try to Widow Anchor it, and they tell me it's untargetable. So that was maybe not the right search. I probably should have searched an Engage for next turn. I reset a Widow Anchor with multi-roll. And then they start shuffling with... they start attaching with the field spell. And then they're gonna try to shuffle, I think, 3 cards from my back row into the deck. It's crazy how far we've come from Noir to Liger Dancer. It is crazy how fair Noir feels compared to Liger Dancer. That is true. But at the same time, if I wasn't prepared in my side deck for a Noir, I would still be super worried about this matchup. So they're gonna activate the Noir here. Detach 2. Target one of my sets. At the moment, of course, I have no room to activate the Widow Anchor in my hand, so the first one I'm always gonna let resolve. And that's... I forgot what they hit with that. And then they activate it again, and then I'm gonna try to Widow Anchor it, but they tell me I can't target it, so that was my bad. I should have searched a different card, not the Widow Anchor. Yeah. And so I'm gonna also lose my Lemnis Gate here. Liger Dancer would basically do nothing against Striker. No, well, it would kill me next turn, basically, right? That's a difference. I thought Noir puts under the deck, not shuffle. I think I asked them. They said shuffle. But you might be right. Pearly Noir. Yeah, it's bottom deck. I think I asked and they said shuffle, but whatever. I mean, my deck is going to be shuffled anyways. Here they make a little bit of a mistake, I think. They shuffle back my 0, which just brings back my Ray, which means I can just tag out into 0 again on their turn. So it's like, yeah. So at this point, I think the cards I'm left with is obviously the Widow Anchor that they know about, and I have a set Forbidden Droplet. So basically my goal here is just, they have 3 cards in hand, a bunch of resources in the graveyard already, but all I'm really trying to do here is I'm trying to get through this turn. If I can survive this turn, I'm probably fine, because I have a lot of resources for next turn. I decide to tag out with the Ray immediately to get the 0 back, and I'm not going to search with the 0 here because, of course, that is something that you need to remember with Sky Striker. The effects of 0, you cannot use both effects in the same turn. If you summon it and search, you cannot use the effect to tag out and pop, and vice versa. So here, I'm tagging out into the 0 immediately because I want it as an out to the my friend. If my opponent goes my friend here, I want to be able to 0 it right away. Yeah. Ray effect in graveyard is risky versus K9. But they did it in end phase, right? They shuffled my 0 in end phase, so at that point it's too late to even Izuna. You can special summon her once per turn. You can't do that. It was summoned once per turn. Calm down. I summoned it during my turn, and then Ray was summoned back, and then I tagged out during their draw phase. It's all good. Here I decide to use a Ray out of my deck for the 0 instead of from the graveyard, because I don't want to draw into another Ray. I think I have one in hand already, so like I don't want any more monsters in my hand. Yeah, there's a Ray in my hand, so like I'm not trying to I'm trying to deck thin basically. And so here basically they have the Pearly Street, which means their stuff, if they special summon, it's going to be untargetable. But I have a droplet, which is really nice. So they discard another copy of the field spell. So they go for Per Lily, and I think I just decide to droplet it here. I thought this was Lemniscate in my grave, but it wasn't. I forgot they spun the Lemniscate. Okay, so I go droplet, send Rose to negate the Per Lily here. And I think this puts them in a very awkward spot because they only have one card in hand, and it's really hard for Pearly to make something work with just one card. And essentially, at this point, their only real win con is to make another Noir, because at this point, in terms of card advantage, I can no longer lose this game, right? You can see how many cards I have. The reason why I send both for droplet here is because I want to free up for Widow Anchor. Because I've already used Ray to tag out this turn. I cannot do that again, so it would be stuck in my main monster zone, and I don't want that. So I'm sending both. So now my Widow Anchor is live to cover for a potential normal summon, right? Like if they normal summon a Pearly and activate the effect or something like that, I have a Widow Anchor to cover for that. So at this point, they just go for SP Little Knight, and probably target my multi-roll. How often did the second effect of Lemnis come up for you? Not very often, but I liked the first effect way more. So here, basically, they SP my multi-roll, I believe, and I'm thinking about letting it go through because I have so much follow-up that I can still win no matter what. But then I decide that, like, with one card in hand, they probably can't make anything dangerous happen, so I can just negate the SP and reset engage with multi-roll. Give them back the SP. And I draw another thrust. And at this point, it's just a matter of... This turn is interesting because I feel like I should definitely have game here, but I think I don't go for game. Which is definitely... There has to be a mistake in this turn. Like, I have to have game. There's no way I don't have game here. Now that I'm looking at the cards I have, like, there's no... I think, if I remember correctly... Oh, no, they just scoop. Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay. I would have had game this turn, and so they scoop. Oh, yeah, they drew a two streets. Okay, so the first thing you see me put in from my side deck is obviously the Hamp and the Dogoran, because it's Pearly. And here, I face the... Here I face a weird spot for the first time. That's going to happen more often during this locals. I have no idea if my opponent is going to go first or second now. Because I sent them first, so they know I'm playing Go Second Sky Striker. So I'm not sure what to put in, because if my opponent goes first here, cards like Fuvalos or maybe even Evenly are very, very high quality, right? Like, imagine I can just Evenly them, they keep Noir, and then in main phase 2, I give them the Sky Striker Kaiju. Right? So, like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here, because I kind of expect them to go second. So I only side deck Ash and the two Kaiju, the Striker Kaiju and the real Kaiju. Right? But interestingly enough, they decide to go first again, with the Pearly deck here. I guess in their head, it's like, if they just summon a Noir the hard way, like if they summon a Noir that is not with the trap card, they just win the game because they don't know I play the Kaiju. So maybe that's what they're trying to do. My hand is really good again. I have Ash, which I decide to use on my friend in the hopes that they just pass, but they do have more ways to play here. It's possible that you can hold Ash against Pearly for a later point when they try to activate a quick play spell and then chain one of the Exceeds to it. Maybe you try to chain block that with Ash. But yeah, And they discard Dimensional Fissure, which I wasn't sure why that was in their deck against Sky Striker, but sure. They said they don't have anything in the side deck for Sky Striker. They don't have the good quick plays, it seems. That was what I was hoping for, basically. Like, if I let the My Friend resolve, it's basically guaranteed that they have either Delicious or Sleepy. That's why I decided to Ash the My Friend, because I feel like if they have to play with the mediocre ones, then it might be better for me, but then they hit Delicious with the Pearly anyways. But at this point, I'm not super nervous because I have Hamp, right? I have Hamp, so I'm probably okay. Okay, here I'm just clarifying that Happy Memory is the one that protects a card from destruction. So this My Friend Pearly is protected next turn for one time. They summon another Pearly. No, they normal summon Pearly because they added with Pearlily. And they hit the trap card with the Pearly, so that's going to make things a lot easier for them. They go for a... Plump. Which can attach 2 spells from the grave. Luckily for me, that is only a 4 material Plump, so it cannot immediately rank up into a Noir. But they do have the trap, of course. The big difference between this setup and the game 1 setup is that there's no Sleepy Memories here. So they're basically gonna have no cards in... They're not gonna draw like infinite cards in the draw phase. Why not play Herald of the Abyss instead of Hamp? Because Hamp is better. So I activate Upstart, Chain Linkage. And in my head, it's like, if I can resolve this Hamp, I basically win the game. Which would be pretty neat. They chained a rank up here, which I'm not entirely sure why. Oh, actually, that's actually correct. No, never mind. Because if they don't chain the trap, I'm just realizing this now. If they don't chain the trap here, I can summon 0, not activate the effect of 0, and then basically check the trap card, right? Because as soon as they try to rank up, I chain 0 to pop the thing. Okay, nice. Heads up play, actually. I just remember that in the moment, I was a little confused why they felt the need to chain it now, but it makes a lot of sense, actually. All right, so Upstart resolves. I activate 0. They say okay. And at this point, I'm like, nice. There's no Droll and Lockbird. There's no Droll because they would have chained Droll to the 0, right? And then they just Droll here, which I'm like, okay, bro, you forgot to Droll, and I searched a second engage, and this is gonna be the first Droll of the day. To be fair, unironically, funnily enough, listen to me. If they chained the Droll to 0, it would have been better for me. Because 0 can add from deck or graveyard. So if they chain the Droll, I can still add with 0. And then instead of adding a dead engage this turn, basically, I'm adding back linkage from my graveyard, which is better for me. So by forgetting to Droll and Lockbird me here, they basically made me think they didn't have it. And then I search the second Engage, which is now going to be dead in my hand. Oops. So here, I'm looking at my hand, and I'm thinking about, like, okay, I can give them the Kaiju right now. I can give them the Kaiju over the Noir. The problem with this is that my friend Pearly will trigger if I do this, right? Because my friend Pearly, I believe, has a wording that says something along the lines of, if one of your Pearly Exceed monsters leaves the field because of an opponent's card. I don't think it says because of an opponent's card effect. So if you Kaiju the Noir, they will be able to add back 3 quick play spells from their graveyard. So essentially, what I decide, I think about this for a second here, I think, but I decide to not give them the Kaiju because that is going to be too many resources for them next turn, and I probably just die if I do that. So I'm just gonna, I think, set some cards and hope that I can survive the next turn. Because at the moment, this Noir has a Delicious Memory under it, but it's only 5 materials only. So it's not that big. And if they start detaching to spin my back row, then it's going to be even smaller. So I'm just like, at the moment, I'm just thinking about, like, what are my chances that I'm going to survive the next turn? Do I have to give them the Hamp here to survive the next turn, or do I have a chance to survive no matter what? And I eventually reached the decision of, I'm just going to set my cards and pass. There is another decision to be made. First, I attacked it early. There's another decision to be made, which is, and they spin the 0, which gives me a better feeling now, because this means they already have a smaller Noir and they cannot spin all my back row. I could have Widow Anchored this, but then they just chain it again, so that's why I think I decide against it. And I don't think I have 3 spells, so I couldn't take anyways. So in main phase 2 now, what I'm debating here is how many cards do I set? Because if I just set 2, I know the Noir is going to spin one of them in the end phase, right? So I'm going to lose one of my back row here. However, the only other thing I can set is my Engages, and I really don't want to risk my Engages. Because I'm thinking, like, okay, what lines do they have? If they go for game, setting the Engages doesn't really help me. Unless it makes them specifically miss the Widow Anchor, as they obviously hit the Widow Anchor here, which is unfortunate. 50-50 lost. But it's like, if I set 1 or 2 Engages and then their play is like a Zeus, I'm in trouble. So I decide to keep the Engages in hand, and here basically I have 0 disruption. I do not have enough cards in my grave to use the Lemnis Gate to bounce anything. And because they hit the Widow Anchor, I basically have no interruption here. So I'm just holding my breath and hoping I can, hoping I survive the turn here, right? Like, that's all I have. By the way, maybe they play a little bit weird because they are trying to play around my back row or something like that. But, like, I don't have any disruption here. I'm just basically holding my breath and trying to survive as they resolve the My Friend Pearly. But at the moment, the Noir only has 1 material, so it's small. It also, they detached the Delicious Memory. So I'm kind of chilling here and just hoping I can survive. But I feel like the chances of me surviving are not that bad here. So they have a Sleepy Memory in hand. They discard an Azuna that they just drew, and they go for another Pearly. Activate Pearly effect. That should probably get them the field spell, since they don't have that yet. And they already have My Friend. The correct play was to only set Lemnis. They bounce... What do you mean only set Lemnis? You mean only set Widow Anchor? I don't understand. Okay, they search for a normal summon. And they do hit a quick play spell here, so now I'm worried. Now I'm really worried because they hit a Delicious Memory. Luckily, I have no monster on the field, so they can't do, like, the Delicious Memory thing. They go Pearly to rank up into a Plump here by targeting the Delicious. But then they realize that the Plump is in the graveyard. The plump is in the graveyard, so they are attempting to chain leap here to put the plump back, which is, I tell them now, it's not a problem, but this is not a legal play. If you don't have a plump in your extra deck, you cannot activate Per Lily to rank up into one, like, because Per Lily targets Delicious Memory, you have to have the plump in the extra deck already. But I just tell them, like, just do the trap first and then you can rank up. But you cannot attempt to rank up into something you don't have in your extra deck right now. So they go activate the trap, put the plump back, and then Per Lily into the plump. So here I'm thinking like they should have another Noir, right? They should have the setup for another Noir, which is attach 2 more spells to your plump. That gives it 4 materials. Then they can activate Delicious and then chain the plump to attach the Delicious to it. And then they have 5 materials and they can make another Noir. So what I'm hoping for here is that instead of going for like an OTK line, they decide to go for a big Noir to try and win the game that way, because they don't know I have the Kaiju. So here they go, attach 2 to the plump. That puts it to 4 materials. They might SP first, which I think the next thing they do is SP. They go Anima, and here I'm like, please go SP, because I'm living, let's go. SP banished the set, and that's what I meant earlier by maybe they're scared of the set card and they play differently. They do go for SP here before going for this, because I think they're afraid of being chain blocked, right? Because the set card could be a quick play spell that I could chain to their quick play spell, and then they couldn't attach it. So they want to make sure I can't do that. So they go for SP first. And so here I'm gonna survive the turn because they used SP, and they just make a very, very big Noir. But here's the thing: this Noir has 5 materials exactly, so they probably won't use it, because as soon as they use it, it becomes affected again. Which means that I'm gonna be free to just Kaiju it, basically. I'm gonna be free to Kaiju it. So here I draw Droplet, which is neat. And this is a turn. People are going to be so mad about these material arrangements. I'm just now noticing how it looks. People are going to be pissed. This is a turn where we can figure it out. We can try to figure it out together here, but I probably have game this turn, right? Like, I probably have game, but this is the turn I remembered earlier where I didn't go for game, but I should have game here, right? There's no way I don't. So I engage for Ray, because if you didn't know, the Sky Striker Kaiju, you do need a Sky Striker card on the field to give it to your opponent. A Sky Striker monster, rather. Because if it doesn't work just like a Kaiju. You have to have a Sky Striker monster to give it to your opponent. So I summon the Ray here, and this is what I mean. Like, their Noir has 6 materials right now. So if they detach here, I chain Ray and they become affected. So like I don't expect them to chain. So I'm like, here's your Sky Striker Kaiju over the Noir. And they're like, thank you. Oh, nice. Which is obviously gonna trigger my friend. It's gonna trigger my friend, and here, I guess we can go through an exercise together, because I'm wondering if I have game here. I don't know. What I do know is that if I have game, I don't find it. If I have game here, I don't actually find it. So they're on 8,000 exactly, because they have I've played Upstart, but they've paid my friend twice, so they're back to 8,000. I have 3 spells in the graveyard, a Ray on the field. I have an Engage in hand, but I can't activate it right now because my Ray is on the field, so I would have to link it away first if I want to use my Engage to draw a card. I can go Battle Phase, attack the Pearly, I guess, and then tag out into Kagari, but I don't know. I'm not sure exactly, like, if there's a way to game here. Because the DSP is a little awkward for me. Because yes, I have Droplet, but I don't really have anything I want to send away for my Droplet, right? I don't want to send my Ray. I don't want to send my Engage. Maybe there's a world where you can Droplet the SP to open your extra monster zone, then activate. Nah. I play Striker a lot and I don't see game from here. Game is easier to find with 0, but not free by any means. That's what I was thinking. Like, battle phase, attack the Pearly, tag out Ray into 0, 0 attack over SP, then activate 0, bring out the 2 level 4s, pop the Hamp, but I don't think it's game. Can't you engage and Droplet the activated Engage for Little Knight? First of all, in order to activate Engage, I have to make a link with Ray. And second of all, if I send a spell for Droplet, they can chain SP to that. So I go Kaina first, just to open up my extra monster zone, because right now I don't want to add back with Kagari, because I have exactly 3 spells in the grave. But yes, here is where I realize that I probably won't have game this turn, so I'm just trying to set up as much as I can. Which I think in general is something that I should have done more often with this deck in hindsight. Like, this deck, basically, because of the new time rules, I was under the impression that I had to kill as fast as possible with Sky Striker a lot of the times. But I think in hindsight, I should have gone for more grindy game plans more often. Like, for example, here I go for linkage because I'm still like, maybe there's a way I can game if I draw the right cards. What I should have grabbed here is multi-roll, I think. I should have grabbed multi-roll and started cooking, basically, with like Kagari, add back Engage, and so on. Like, I should have just set up I would get a really good setup with the multi-roll here. Instead, I have a linkage now, which like isn't that great. I gain 100 life points off the Kaina. I go for Kagari, add back the Engage. I never trusted those Master Duelists that don't play multi-roll. Multi-roll feels strangely optional right now, I'm not gonna lie. So, yeah. So here I should have had a multi-roll in hand and then Engage for like a Widow Anchor and have like really good setup. Because I can multi-roll back like a linkage from my grave. Linkage can go into 0. Or like even better, I think a really, really good play is end phase Shizuku, search linkage, activate linkage, go into 0. That's a really nice play. Instead, I go for double linkage here. I don't know why. I don't know why. I'll realize in a second that it's not game. I don't know why I have 2 linkages now. And a chicken game that I don't really want to use. I don't want to use the chicken game because I don't have a good way to get rid of it, and I don't want my opponent to draw a card next turn. Because right now, they have 3 quick play spells in hand, but most of their monsters are in the graveyard. So unless they play multiple copies of the trap, which I think most people don't. It's been a while since I've played against Pearly. I'm not like up to date with the standard Pearly list. But I don't expect them to play multiple trap cards. So I think with the amount of disruptions that I have, even if they have multiple quick plays in hand, I don't think they can push enough. So here, I think this is the first time that I focus way too much on finding game when I should just make the best setup I can. Because Sky Striker is really good at outgrinding people. I just felt like with the new time rules, I was more incentivized to try and finish games out quicker, but sometimes it's also quick to just set your opponent on very few cards and then just like use a Widow Anchor and then you call it a day.
Würde ich dich direkt angreifen?
So I attack directly here with Hayate. I'm gonna do something, this turn basically, this turn is cool, but it's very suboptimal. It's a cool turn, but it's a suboptimal turn. So what I do here is I linkage. I believe I linkage into 0 because Sky Striker Hamp has another effect. I'm gonna make a 3000 attack 0 here. The 0 has 3000 attack because linkage, because I have Ray and Rose in the grave. So I'm big enough to attack over the Hamp. And Hamp has a graveyard effect that if you destroy it by battle, you can destroy a monster your opponent controls. So I destroy the Pearly here as well. And then I attack for... I use effect. I bring back Ray. I bring out Ray and Rose. And I pop the My Friend. And I do a decent amount of damage, but not actually enough damage for game. Because I think they can both attack, and I think Ray can also still tag out. But the only thing I have left to tag out into is Shizuku for this turn. Hamp destroys any card? Oh, really? Any card? That makes it even better. I mean, I read that in that moment, but I figured I was gonna get rid of the My Friend with 0. You run 2 Lemnis. This list had 3 desires, so I decided to play double Rose, double Lemnis, yeah. The reason why I'm doing it this way, let me explain this real quick, what my thought process was. Besides the fact that this turn was not ideal anyways, because I played trying to OTK when I should have seen that I wasn't able to OTK anyways, but the reason why I decided not to tag out in the battle phase with Ray into the Shizuku to do 1500 more damage is because I think turning the Rose into the Shizuku is more beneficial for me here, because my plan is basically... I'm gonna now, the way I have more disruption here is I'm gonna go Droplet, send Shizuku, and then my Ray can tag out into another 0 on their turn. And if I go Ray into Shizuku, I don't have that play available. They summon Lupus here, which right now I'm thinking which effect I even used in the graveyard. Did I activate an effect in hand or grave? Oh yeah, Hamp. I used my Hamp in the graveyard. Right. Yeah. So my Shizuku is going to Surge Lemnis Gate here. I'm going to recycle some extra deck things that I only have once. I'm going to shuffle back 1 Engage. I'm just going for 4 here. Minimal recycling. But I want that Lupus banished. I think about going for 6, but I decide to go for 4. Yeah, so put the 1 of Hayate, the 1 of Kaina back into the extra deck. The Lupus gets banished now, so they now just have less cards in hand. And I also have a Lemnis Gate Engrave, which can summon a Zeke or something if I want to. You think about setting Chicken Game for Droplet? No, I can send it from hand. Why do I need to set it? So they have 3 cards in hand, and all 3 of those are early quick play spells. Here they're checking how many main deck monsters they have left. And they do have a Pearl Lily left. So they start Sleepy. But I think at this point, like with 3 Pearlies in the graveyard, their push is just never going to be strong enough. So I decide to not even ash it. They discard an Izuna, which is funny because I actually have a hand trap in hand. But I guess with the Lupus banished, the Izuna wouldn't have done much anyways. So here, I'm going to drop Lich, send Shizuku, negate the Pearl Lily, and now my Ray can tag out into 0, which can tag out into a pop. And they set 2 and pass. Which I know are 2 Pearly quick play spells, so I can pretty safely go for a game on the next turn, and I think they scoop it up here in a second. So I go 0, no effect. Activate 0. In theory, I have a really nice play here. It doesn't matter because the game is over anyways, but I can go bring back Ray and Rose, pop a card, and I can also trigger Lemnis Gate to make another Kagari on my opponent's turn just to add back more cards from the graveyard, but I decide not to do that because we're basically at the end of the game anyways. And there, my opponent is on like 2700, I believe, if I'm seeing correctly. So like this is easily game. So Kagari, add back whatever, Lemnis, and attack for game. That's it. And so I beat Pearly with Sky Striker. Game 1 was scary. I believe post side, this is a really good matchup for Sky Striker. I mean, okay, I guess from their perspective, they don't know I play the Kaiju. So they just tried to go first and make a big Noir and win the game that way, which I guess is fair enough. But I think knowing that I have the Kaiju in my deck, the Sky Striker Kaiju, this matchup should basically be, it should be really good. I mean, I won it through Roland Lockbird, which I guess the Pearly experts can tell me if they had an easy way to game on the turn 2 for them. But with the Kaiju, like, I think it becomes a really strong matchup. I will say, we are about 43 minutes in right now. So if we had to play another game, it would have been close with the timer. I will say that's just the nature of Sky Striker. I feel like if you don't win 2-0, sometimes you can struggle with Sky Striker. And this is my advice for people that are trying to play Sky Striker in the current format or post Doom of Dimensions as well. A lot of the times, it's blinding second. I do believe is correct in this format, but you gotta know when to scoop when your opponent has like too many resources and you don't think you can outgrind them. Because if you try to play out every single game going second with a board breaker deck in this format, you're gonna have timer problems. Like, you're gonna have to understand. And there's also this is something also where you're gonna have to evaluate like how good your opponent's deck is against Sky Striker, how good your opponent played. Like if your opponent was making mistakes in game 1, then maybe it's more understandable to keep playing in game 2, even if it looks bad. But if your opponent was playing clean all the way through the first game and they have a very strong setup in game 2 and you think their follow-up is going to be too strong, then just go next. It feels bad with Sky Striker, I think. Like, Sky Striker is one of the decks that is impacted more by the new time rules. But it's what you have to do in order to do well with Sky Striker, I think. It's like you sometimes just have to go next. Even though, in theory, if my opponent messes up 2 times and my next engage draw is insane and they have no hand traps, I could win. But like sometimes you just have to go next. But yeah. Yeah. Without Desires, would you only play 1 Lemnis? I really like Lemnis Gate. I would still consider playing 2, especially with the new Radiant Typhoon quick play spell card, which in every single Sky Striker list, that card should be a 3 of, in my opinion. I'm convinced that Radiant Typhoon Vision has to be a 3 of in Sky Striker. That card is crazy. And discarding Lemnis Gate for that feels really good. So even without Desires, I would still consider a second Lemnis Gate maybe, but without Desires, I would definitely play 1 Rose, 100%. Rose is a pretty bad draw, but the Radiant Typhoon quick play spell makes me still kind of want to play 2 Lemnis Gate. And I kind of like, I wish they gave Sky Striker a way to recover a banished Sky Striker card somehow, But with only one Lemnis Gate, I don't like how if you use the graveyard effect to link summon, you are out of recycling basically if you only play one, right? That's one of my issues with it. But anyways, before we jump into the next round, let me quickly get my lunch. I have to quickly just microwave food from yesterday, and then we'll hop into the next round. I'll be right back. I'll run a quick ad so we don't get it during the next game. Hopefully, I'll be right back. All right, gamers. I heard there's a new branded card. So we can quickly take a look at that as well. Before we jump into round 2. It's kind of crazy, is it? All right. We got Nesh over here with the translation on Twitter. This is what it looks like. It's called The Fallen and the Virtuous. Pretty sick artwork, I will say. Quick play spell card. This card is always treated as both a branded card and a Dogmatica card. You can activate one of the following effects. Send a monster that lists Fallen of Albaz in its text from your extra deck to the grave and target a face-up card on the field. Destroy that target. If you control an Ecclesia monster or have an Ecclesia monster in your grave, target a monster in either grave, special summon it to your side of the field. That is pretty good, isn't it? That's really nice, no? New punishment? It's kind of like Dogmatica Punishment, but on a quick play spell card. And it's like super easily searchable in this deck, right? Like you can set it in your end phase. The problem is like, is this better than Branded Banishment or Branded in Red? Which I think in the case, I think it's in the middle. I think it's better than Branded Banishment because it's a quick play spell card, so it's a better main deck card, right? Than a trap. But I don't think it's better than Branded in Red. But it's definitely a good card that branded decks could considerably play. I think the second effect is like kind of I don't know if branded wants to play Ecclesia. Typically no, right? But I guess we'll find out if they change their mind because of this card maybe. It doesn't modify how the deck works. No, but honestly, I also don't really want that in the sense that, like, I think Branded in terms of just the power level is already good enough, like almost good enough, right? Like Branded is not meta, but it's like a playable rogue deck for sure. And so I don't think they need like custom broken cards that completely change how the deck is played and like make it super powerful. And I think Branded is fine the way it is. Especially like getting a second Branded fusion already, like that's pretty busted. So yeah. All right. Anyways, next round. My opponent for this round, I have an announcement to make. My opponent from this round is the K9 Fiendsmith opponent from last week, and he asked me to tell you guys that this week there is a Zeus in the extra deck. So let it be known that this week the Zeus is there. It won't come up because I'm blinding second, but the Zeus is there. I lose this dice roll, but luckily they didn't. I think they didn't see what I was playing, so they're going first. And my hand is once again correct. Look at that hand, bro. Droplet, engage, linkage. It's so broken. They are they're playing around my droplet, however, very, very well because they are setting 2 and passing. And I draw Rose again. The stupid Rose, man.
Linkage Chain. Linkage war eine Karte senden, einen Sky Striker vom extra.
Here I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to use linkage right away, because in theory, like I could try to go for a game. You know, I have 2 engages in hand, so I could just go engage for Ray and then engage for another linkage, and then just have a Ray with 2 linkage and just go battle phase. I could have done that. But I wasn't sure, like, if they brick, they probably have non-engine, like Imperm, worst case even called by Ash Blossom, so I didn't feel confident going for a game. I also, this time I'm doing the opposite, right? Like in the first round, I felt like I was trying to go for a game too aggressively. This time I'm trying to play more conservative and play like for the long game, because my opponent also bricked, so I don't feel the need to really go for a game this turn. So I actually use my linkage in the main phase here. I'm not sure how safe it was to go for game in the battle phase here.
Ich würde von der Zero keinen Effekt aktivieren on Summon.
But I'm thinking like, okay, with linkage and engage in the graveyard, the jamming waves that I'm playing is actually very handy here, because it's going to put a 3rd spell in my grave for the 2nd engage, which I think is neat. And here I'm thinking about activating the 0, but I decide not to activate the 0 because I could go for game with it still, right? Like, my plan here is basically, I think jamming waves, the 1 set, attack with 0, tag out into Ray and Rose, pop the set. How much damage is that? 2,000, 5,000. It's not quite enough. Anyways, I hit K9 forced release. They're playing K9 again.
Ein Lemnis geht und dann ziehe ich eine.
And I think it's actually game with the Lemnis Gate here. The reason why I'm fetching Lemnis Gate here is the following. If I go battle phase now, attack for 2,000, use 0 to tag out into Ray and Rose, I cannot activate my linkage in hand, right? I do have another linkage, I think. Do I have another linkage? Or is that the only one in the grave? I forgot. Oh, I don't have a linkage. I don't know what I'm thinking. This also is game already because I have Rose in hand.
Würde ich in die
Oh, yeah.
Battle Phase gehen. Angriff für 2000.
Kagari gets back linkage, but then I can't activate that linkage, right? Because I have the Rose on the field. So it doesn't quite work out.
Die würde jetzt beide einmal
Ja. Und dann eine Karte zerstören.
Can you set a higher quality for the YouTube video? Oh yeah, it's not on highest quality. Thank you. I didn't notice that.
Dann würde ich in die Main Phase 2 gehen.
So yeah, the reason why it was game is because I have a Rose in hand. So what I can do is I can go battle phase, attack with 0, tag out into Ray and Rose, attack with both. That's 5,000 damage. Then Ray tags out into a Kagari. And then on summon of Kagari, I summon out the 2nd Rose from my hand. So those 2 can still attack. So that would have been game. But they do have Ash for the 0. So I'm not actually going to win this turn. But I haven't normal summoned yet. So I'm just going to go main phase 2, normal summon Rose. Make my Shizuku. And, oh, I haven't even gone through Kagari yet. Right. Even better.
Dann würde ich Engage aktivieren.
Kennst du die Magical Mask Effect? Die sagen alle, solange ich sie kontrolliere, kann ich Magical Mask Effect auf der Deck.
And this is another game where I feel like I searched the multi-roll a little bit too late, because it would be nicer if it was already active and it would already be counting. So the Lemnis Gate should maybe have been a multi-roll.
Dann schicken wir ihm. Effekt, zeige ich 1000, ziehe eine. Aktiviere ich Multiroll. Effekt Multi-Roll auf Chicken Game.
Ja.
Die rankt den.
Das ist was?
Das ist ein Sucher. Okay, und
Link in Shizuku.
genau. Also
I mean, here
1,
nur eine Karte, aber wenn
2,
I have like infinite disruptions,
Endphase.
and their hand was a brick last turn. So I guess they're playing K9, so like a well-timed top deck Jokel or like a second level 5/4 Jokel can in theory represent a lot of pushes, but at this point I don't believe in it.
Kommst du? K9 Brick, das kann ja nicht sein. Das hat doch 9 Starter oder so.
Ist das so? Erzähl das.
Is there a reason not to use Thrust? Well, they had no monster. So I would be setting a an imperm instead of like one of the cards from my hand, which were all pretty good.
K9, ja, K9.
Right?
nee, dann ist er ja nicht mehr in der
So here, all I've seen is that they play K9. I've seen that they play K9, and I have no idea, once again, which version of K9 and whether they're going to go first or second against me, because they now saw I'm playing Sky Striker. So I'm definitely putting in Sales Ban, because I'm paranoid about Droll and Lockbird with this deck. So I'm putting in Sales Ban, and I'm taking out the upstarts because of Droll and Lockbird in this matchup, I think. Maybe I'll change my mind, but I know I cited out upstart a couple times for Sales Ban. I do like Sales Ban in this deck because Droll and Lockbird is a big problem. I still don't know if Sales Ban is enough of a, like, what's it called? Enough of a, of an answer to Droll and Lockbird, because it's still like you go -1 just to be safe from Droll in one turn, so that's kind of rough.
Ja, wenn dreimal schwarz kam, dann muss jetzt rot kommen.
Ich hoff's.
Ah,
Jetzt 3 Brick hintereinander. Jetzt
okay. That was weird. When I draw my hand here, you guys didn't hear that, but they decided to go first again. Which I'm very happy to see with my hand here. The hand going first was not even that bad, but like it's definitely better going second. And they start with Planet Pathfinder, and here I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Ja, ist okay.
But I guess we'll just all watch and see together what's going on exactly.
aber wenn er sich immer alles spielt, aber ich würde auch einmal probieren zu aktivieren.
Ja, ist okay.
Archmage!
Effekt finden wir jetzt.
Zum Special und eine ziehen.
Special und in derselben Effekt auch eine ziehen.
Ja, ist okay.
So, it is Archmage K9, and the idea is, I asked them after about the deck a little bit. The idea is that Planet Pathfinder can be searched with Infinite Track River Stormer, and so you can go K9 combo and then bridge into Archmage by searching the Archmage field spell with Planet Pathfinder, because the K9 cards normally don't use your normal summon. So that's the plan of the deck, essentially. That's why there's a Planet Pathfinder in there.
Angriff aktivieren.
Der sucht Medius wahrscheinlich.
Genau, auf Aktivierung wird er meine Hand Medius vom Deck der Hand hinzufügen. Ich kann Monster, wenn wir viel targeten, das kann ich ihn als Kunstmagus behandeln bei einer Fusion Summon. Und wenn er zerstört wird, dürfte ich stattdessen sie aktivieren.
Ja, such mal deinen Medius.
Genau.
Ich mach so lange hier ein bisschen Forschung.
Ich würde anfangen. Oh nein, das möchte ich erstmal nicht. Du darfst jetzt erstmal was kochen und dann ich würde anfangen.
And it has good synergy because you actually have a second normal summon for the Medius. So the fact that the Planet Pathfinder uses up your normal summon is actually not a problem, because the field spell allows you to extra normal summon Medius.
Ist okay. Der fusioniert.
Genau, der ist Quick Effect Fusion und wenn er von Hand oder Feld auf Friedhof gelegt wird, darf
Dann
ich
sucht
mir
er.
eine Spell Trap suchen, die ich noch nicht im Friedhof habe.
Und die negiert Karten oder Monster?
Die negiert offene Monster.
Okay.
Genau.
Ja.
Dann würde ich Effekt auch zur Verfügung haben.
Ja.
The unfortunate part about the Archmage K9 pairing is that K9 can bridge into Archmage, but Archmage cannot bridge into K9 if you use the effect of the field spell. Because while Archmage does have a level 5 monster, Archmage Graflair is a level 5. The Archmage field spell has a lock that says you can only summon Archmages and Medius, except from the extra deck. So like, you cannot actually make like you cannot actually summon Jokul and so on after you use the Archmage field spell. So the K9 cards work as a starter for Archmage, but not vice versa.
Würde ich mir einmal die Falle suchen.
Mal kurz. Ja. Ich würde einen Kunstmago.
Which means that at this point, I already know that they don't have the K9 cards,
Oder im
basically.
ich kann sie banishen, einen Kunstmagus von mir am Field targeten, wird den bounce und dann kann ich eine Karte on Field schießen.
Ja, okay.
Dann würde ich den Effekt vom Field aktivieren,
Ja.
würde 7 Kosten abschmeißen,
Ja.
würde die Terra callen.
You could still make Ripper and search Izuna and maybe get the quick spell. Yes, but the problem, I mean, in theory, yes, because it doesn't lock you from the extra deck. So you can still make Ripper from the extra deck with 2 level 5s. But the problem is Archmage only has 1 level 5. It's only Graflair. And I don't think you have an easy way to get 2 Graflairs onto the fields. Because they all have different levels. They all special summon themselves, but they all have different levels.
Ich darf jeden Namen nur once per turn und ich darf nicht Namen doppelt nehmen, die ich schon am Field habe. Dann Grafler-Effekt.
Der setzt eine Spelltrap.
Der setzt jetzt sogar nur eine Spell.
Ah, okay. Ja.
Und kann
I think this entire thing,
Okay.
correct me if I'm wrong, is also incredibly weak into Nib right now. Because Archmage Deactorus only negates on the field, I think. Like, Archmage Deactorus, the fusion monster they have up there right now, is basically an Omni negate if you control 3 monsters with different types, which they all have different types. But I think it only negates cards and effects that are activated on the field.
kriegt er noch 500 ATK-Basis Fusion sammeln.
Ich mag mal kurz den Grave-Effekt nochmal.
Would you ever consider main deck Hamp? I found it to be surprisingly good because no one expects it and it can be sent as a monster for droplet.
Hand nehmen?
I don't hate it. I don't know if I would, but I don't hate it. I don't think you're crazy for considering it.
Ich probiere End of Main zu gehen.
Ja. Okay.
Oh.
Standby Main. Der negiert alles on field.
This turn is about to be disgusting. Just watch.
Monster,
Monster on Field. Er kann
Spelltrap schießen.
und sie kann mir ein Kunstmagus-Monster vom Friedhof wiederbauen und sich dann selbst auf die Hand nehmen.
Alles klar.
Genau. Das geht alles nur, solange unterschiedliche Typen, 3 unterschiedliche Typen on Field sind.
Ja. Und die Continuous Spell protected nur die Field Spell.
Genau, protected nur die, wenn er zerstört wird, dann legt sich selber.
Alles klar. Dann hätte ich ein Raigeki.
Do you have the camera on your head like a miner? I guess so. Yeah, if you want to say it like that. All right, so we go Raigeki. They chain with the Octorus. So I'm like, okay, step 1 is make the thrust live has been accomplished. I'm thinking about chaining Droplet here because in theory I need my opponent to have a monster. However, the Deactorus does have a floating effect, and I was just banking on the fact that they would use that here. Because it's
Einen
otherwise they would be left with nothing, so I'm just like, I'm hoping they use that. And they do use that to summon, it floats into a Medius. It floats into a Medius, but the things that are about to happen are yeah. So summon Medius. Luckily for me, no Medius effect, which means they either only play one of the power patrons or they drew the other one or maybe sided one out. I don't know. And here I go talents to look at hand. And I take away the Droll and Lockbird, and then I activate Thrust, and they scoop. Dude, I go talents, look at hand, take out Thrust, take out Droll, and then Thrust for any age, and I already have Ray in hand, and they just like, yo, okay. That's enough. Jesus Christ, that was disgusting. Oh, this opponent really wanted me to show the first page of their binder for whatever reason. What did it say? Wait, what did it say? Oh, nicht zur Abgabe, not for trade. It's just every rarity of Feet Ash. Or I don't know the reason, I don't want to know the reason. But once again, I'm going second. I lose the dice roll and they choose first, which is nice. Even though they played next to me the round before. Oh, by the way, I am at this point I'm X1. This is round 4, and I lost round 2 to Draco Tail, but my GoPro, my battery died, so I had to charge it during round 2. Which was funny because I played against the Draco Tail player who I played against last week, who also was using a GoPro. So I was like, oh, my battery is dead, but at least you can record your side of the match. And he was like, no, I forgot my SD card at home. So what should have been a GoPro mirror match was just played completely off camera. Which ended up being good for me because I lost. I lost game 3 because I drew triple desires, triple salesman. But if it wasn't on camera, then did it really happen? I don't think it did. I don't think it counts. I feel like I'm undefeated at this point. Very convenient. Okay, there's a chaotic element, so someone is doing some canine stuff here once again. Even with one inclusion, it is K9 Crystron. So we start with one of the strongest openers you can have in Yu-Gi-Oh right now, which is Jokul reveals Solfador. Did you face any Malice lately? Is it still good? I haven't faced any Malice lately because I haven't logged into Master Duel. Here, my opponent told me afterwards that they were suffering from a problem that I also have sometimes, which is that they had a lot of engine in hand and they weren't used to actually being able to full combo uninterrupted. They said they're like very used to playing the deck against hand traps and stuff like that, but usually they don't get to just do full combo with like 3 or 4 engine cards in hand, which is why they said they messed up turn 1 a little bit, which is something I can relate to sometimes, especially when I play a deck for the first time or second time and I draw like a 3 or 4 card combo and my opponent just doesn't have a hand trap because they play board breakers or they just didn't draw one. Sometimes you mess up because you got too many options. But yeah, anyways, so far so good, I think. We go for Ripper. And we have a Lantern in hand. But we're detaching... No, we're not detaching the Solfador. We're detaching the... Joke. To be fair, I don't really think it matters that much here if they make a stronger end board, because I have like, my hand is once again pretty good. Sky Striker draws some pretty nasty hands, honestly. Like, all it really takes is like 1 or 2 breakers and then access to engage somehow via ray or thrust or linkage or drawing engage immediately. Like, it's pretty strong. It's pretty consistent now. Anyways, we have Lantern in hand now, and whatever the Ripper searched, I didn't see. I think it was Case. And then we go Smyger effect to search for a Crystron spell trap. Do you main deck Called by and Striker? Absolutely. I think you have to. I think Called by the Grave is one of the best cards in Striker. Drollin Lockbird is not as likely in game 1 right now, but Ash Blossom is a really, really good card against Sky Striker. And having a Called by for that is nice. And even if your opponent doesn't have Ash, you will usually find a good spot for Called by the Grave in most matchups. You know, whether it's the Phimena against Draco Tail or the like something like there's always something. Basically. Is this post ban list? Yes, this is post ban list, but it is before Doom of Dimensions because those cards are not out yet. Oh yeah, Mitsurugi, of course. Yeah, against Mitsurugi, it's also really nice. Called by. Called by is a really good card right now. I have a tournament this weekend, and I'm trying to decide whether whether to play Mitsurugi Pure or Mitsurugi Yami. I haven't messed around with Mitsurugi Yami too much. I don't think it's bad. I think it's a neat idea, but I just haven't tried it. But I think both of those are valid options. Like, I don't think you're doing anything wrong either way. Just play whichever one you prefer, or whichever one's more fun to you. They're both. I think they're both solid. When is Called by a bad card? There are formats where Called by the Grave is not as useful going second into the meta decks. Like, an example of this, like last format, Called by the Grave was not that strong because going second, it would basically not hit the decks in the format. Like, for example, Vanquish Soul didn't care about Called by. Like, it didn't actually take anything away from them. Same for Malice. Like, Malice, what are you going to Called by against Malice? Nothing. So, like, if the only, basically, if it doesn't do anything to established boards, it's not as good. But right now, a lot of the decks, even the established boards, plan to use something in the graveyard. Like, Draco Tail will have Phimena in hand and Seals on the board. Both are good targets for Called by the Grave. Mitsurugi has Murakumo and other stuff, so obviously Called by is good there, and so on and so forth. So, like, even Yami sometimes you can hit like a Snatchy in the grave with the Called by, and if they don't have a Synchro to dodge it, then you stop all the Synchro shenanigans. Or you can Called by Herald of Arclight. So, like, Called by is good either way against most of the meta decks right now. Okay, so somehow we didn't go through inclusion here, and so I think we could have had a little bit more than that, but we still have a decently, I mean, it's still a pretty good board, right? We have Infinity, Ripper, Tristeros, we have a set Cluster, and we have a set K9 Forced Release, and we have 4 cards in hand, it looks like. But as you can see, my hand is an absolute banger. I have Engage, Linkage, Droplet, Terraforming, and Thrust. This is probably the best hand I've drawn all day so far. And because Paradise Smasher doesn't exist, I think this matchup is actually a lot better for Sky Striker now. Before, there was always the risk that they might be able to go for Paradise Smasher and ruin your day. But now, yeah. And I draw Chicken Game, which if you've paid attention to my deck list earlier, you know the Chicken Game is my only target for Terraforming, so this is probably the worst card I can draw right now, because it just makes my Terraforming a completely dead card. But I think the quality of my hand is high enough to the point where I can't really complain about that. But I still was annoyed by it in that moment. I was still like, why did it have to be Chicken Game? And this is the second worst thing that could have happened, is after I activate Chicken Game, I draw Imperm, the one card that's completely dead now because I have the Chicken Game on board. This sequence is very frustrating. Luckily, my hand's broken. So I set the terraforming. Because if I don't set the terraforming here and I activate linkage, they have a play. They can chain cluster to pop my chicken game, and then I have nothing to send for linkage, so I would be forced to chain a quick play spell to it. And right now, I don't really want to activate droplet on the infinity unless I'm chaining to the infinity, because I don't have a monster to send for droplet, so the infinity could just negate it if I don't force it out first. So I don't want to have to chain droplet to the cluster. So I'm just activating linkage here, and there's not that much they can do about it, I feel. They do decide to negate it with infinity, which now makes droplet, I think, an option. I do realize that if I chain droplet here, they would be able to pop their own infinity with cluster. So I'm sending a trap card, even though there is a way around this for them. But since my imperm is dead anyways, I like making this play here because it basically skill checks my opponent. They have to see that they can do this. So basically, I'm sending linkage and imperm for droplet, which makes it so they cannot immediately respond with the cluster. An option they do have, which I guess is also a good lesson for everyone, if they chain Tristaros here, they can then chain the cluster. Because the way cards like Droplet or Dark Ruler work, you cannot respond to it with trap effects. That means you can only not directly respond with a trap. Like basically Chainlink 1 Droplet here, or like Chainlink 3 Droplet, Chainlink 4 cannot be a trap or a spell. But if Chainlink 4 is a monster, then Chainlink 5 can be whatever. So what the play that they have here, if they want to make the infinity resolve, is they can chain Tristaros, and then they can chain cluster to pop their own infinity. And that way, the infinity is off the board, and I can no longer negate it with droplet, and that means the infinity is going to resolve and stop the linkage. The reason why I'm okay with this entire sequence is my droplet still resolves. Yes, the infinity is gone, but the droplet still goes through. So whatever the Tristaros summons here, probably a Dawn Dragster, I can negate the Dawn Dragster, and I'm going to negate the Ripper. The Ripper negate doesn't really matter, but whatever. So basically, by chaining this droplet, I'm not negating the infinity, but I am baiting out the Tristaros and the cluster. So two other disruptions from them that I'm handling with the one droplet here. Which I'm happy about. So the linkage is still going to be negated, but I mean, you can see in my hand, I'm not dependent on the linkage to play the game. I have engage and thrust, like I'm fine. But forcing out the cluster and the Tristaros is going to make the rest of my turn significantly easier. I know the set card is basically a K9 forced release, so that is something I can maneuver around. But yeah. And here is where I think it didn't really matter if they made a stronger board, because even if they had 1 or 2 extra endboard pieces here, I could have dropleted those as well, right? Like if there was an extra SP or an extra Dragster or whatever, like there, or Dragster, I guess Dragster could have negated the droplet, but you know, like I think more endboard here wouldn't have really added too much. So I'm activating thrust. And the thrust is going to be the 3rd spell in my grave as well. So I'm just grabbing another engage. I already know there's no Droll and Lockbird. Is there going to be a report on what cards you pull? Okay, so far, since I've started going to locals more regularly, I've pulled 2 ultimate rares, but we, at the moment, we still have, I think, OTS 27, which is not the newest, right? I think we are still on the second last one. I've pulled 2 Sages so far.
Press, okay.
Which is not worth much, but it is the best ulti in that OTS pack, so that's nice.
Die hatte ich schon.
How big are your regular locals? It's usually around 16 people, this one. Which is not bad on a Wednesday, honestly, I think. Here I'm considering whether I should take jamming waves, but the problem with jamming waves is like they can just activate the quick play spell, the K9 quick play spell proactively. Here. I was joking with my opponent because they you can see them kind of like hesitate on whether they should cut or just tap the deck, and then they do decide to cut, and then I draw desires. So I draw desires and I'm like, you should not have cut. Which was funny to me.
Nicht abheben dürfen. Ist okay?
Dude, this desires banish is weirdly scary, but also kind of perfect. Because after this desires, as you can see, I banished 2 Ray, 1 Rose, and 1 Lemniscate. So all the extra cards that I'm playing, because I'm playing desires, I banished all of them. But what I'm left with is exactly enough to play the game, right? I have exactly 1 Ray, 1 Rose, 1 Lemniscate. So it's fine. It's perfect. It's exactly what I need. It's all there. And on top of that,
Ja, trollen mal kurz jetzt.
what do you know? My desires draws 2 once per turn cards I've already used. It draws thrust and another desires. God, I hate this card sometimes. But alright, I mean, I got 5 cards in hand. I've basically answered almost the entire board. So...
Ich würde mal
So here, I'm making use of the fact that the K9 quick play spell that I know they have is main phase only. So I think I attempt to go battle phase, and that would force them to activate the K9 quick play spell because if they let me go battle phase, I can just go linkage and attack over their stuff. I barely played against Sky Striker. Do you Ash the first engage? I would say if you have monsters on the board because you went first, maybe it's not that good of an idea because it turns on thrust and everything, especially if they don't have 3 spells in the grave yet. Yeah. So they pop my set terraforming with the force release, whatever.
einziges Ziel. War ich kurz traurig.
And here once again, I will not have the ability to go for game this turn, right? The wolf is a little bit too big. So I'm like, okay, linkage is my next play. So I'm just gonna, I think I set my Lemniscate and my other linkage before activating the linkage in my hand. And this is where cards like Chicken Game are really nice in this deck because I don't have to send an actual card away for my linkage. I can just send the Chicken Game. And I haven't even gone through Kagari yet, right? Like we're super deep into this turn, and I can still go Kagari add back engage. I still haven't done that. I am running a little thin on targets, I think, for engage, because I don't know how many Widow Anchors I banished off of the desires right now. Might be like 1 or 2 gone. But yeah. 2 engage in the graveyard. I find it hard to decide when to actually linkage into 0, because 0 is like 0 is such a good card but when you make 0 to search like Engage, you cannot link 0 off. So sometimes I find it a little bit awkward to make 0, especially as the first one. Like when it's the first, of course, if I don't have access to Engage, I have to linkage for 0. That's easy. But like here, I already have Engage in the graveyard, and I'm not sure if I should go for 0. So I decide to go for the Kagari here, because I don't want to be unable to link it off. And they scoop it up. Which I think is that's a general problem with K9 Christian, I believe. The deck is very all-in in its nature, I feel like. So if you break their board, I think they're like, Christian used to be a deck that was so well known for follow-up. But once you break their board once now, their extra deck is like so packed now with all the K9 cards and stuff. They often don't even have like a second Ellis Skeletus, right? Like, Inclusion is also now at 1, so that's going to make that even worse. But I just feel like the follow-up for that deck just isn't there, right? Here I do the same thing, by the way. I think I side in only Salesman and maybe Ash Blossom, because I'm too scared to side in Fuva, because I don't know if they're going to send me first or not. Like, I think if I was them, I would go second. So I'm not putting in my Fuvas. But it turns out in a second that they go first again, which I thought, in general, that part was a little frustrating to me with Sky Striker. The side deck construction, I think basically what I did was I built my side deck like a normal side deck, which I think I should have done differently, because I feel like it's a little too weird. All right, game 2. Called by Anchor, Engage, Rhoda. Anchor. Hand's broken again. To be fair, it's hard to imagine a striker hand that's not broken. Like, these hands are so good. This hand's even slightly on the weaker side, because it doesn't have like an actual breaker like Droplet. So here's a funny interaction where they activate chaotic elements and they start thinking for a decent amount of time. And I jokingly said, like, that has to be good for me. If you have to think about it for so long, that's good news for me, right? Because, like, I feel like if my opponent has like a Solfador in hand, you don't have to think about it. You just go Jokul, right? I feel like if the chaotic elements decision is hard, it's gotta mean your hand's kind of awkward, right? And so they go normal summon Jokul. Because I think apparently chaotic elements was their only engine card. So I'm pretty happy to see normal summon Jokul naturally. They search a Lantern, which is just follow up for next turn because there's nothing in the graveyard. So I'm like, nice. So here I'm already really happy. I'm like, my hand is cracked. I have Called By for Droll Lockbird. I have 2 ways to play, Rhoda and Engage. Like, what can go wrong here? What could happen to ruin my day in this instance? I top deck Linkage and I'm like, Jesus Christ. And so I can't think of anything that can ruin my day here. And then this happened. So the thing is, I'm tilted for a second about this anti-spell, but then I realize I actually have an answer to it right now. Because what I can do is I drew Linkage for turn. And Linkage can out anti-spell because the 0 can pop it. So all I have to do is activate Widow Anchor so that I have a card on the field that I can send away for linkage. So I chain Anchor, target the Jokul, and then I can chain linkage to send the Anchor. So I did realize that play, so that was nice. So I sent the Anchor now, and I'm gonna summon a 0. Unfortunately, I think Jokul is also exactly 2000 attack, so I can't attack over it, which would be really nice, even though, I mean, they have a Lantern in hand. So I send Anchor, I special 0. And then I go main phase and I attempt to activate the 0 effect to destroy the anti-spell. And they have Ash for it. And unfortunately, I cannot call by it because of the anti-spell. So I, unfortunately, am left with 4 spells. I am left with 4 spells. So I have to go set pass. So here, funnily enough, here's a couple of things that happened. In my head, I'm like, okay, if they don't top deck a play, I might be fine. Because I have no cards in hand, all the canines actually lose the ability to just be normal summon. So I'm like, okay, maybe I'm okay if they don't draw another play. Because they cannot normal summon the Lantern. I have no cards in hand. But then I realize, in the next moment, I realize that they have a play that if they see it, it's going to be game over. Because what they have is they can go Jokul effect, because the search is once per turn. They can go Jokul effect, search another canine monster, tribute summon over the Jokul, and then they can Lantern bring back the Jokul from the graveyard. Because then they're gonna have a target for the Jokul. So I'm like, okay, for the Lantern. So I'm like, if they see that play, I'm cooked. Alright, if they see that they can search like Izuna, tribute summon Izuna, and then special Lantern, I'm cooked. So I'm like, okay, they go through the motions, they go search Izuna, and I'm expecting next moment tribute summon Izuna, activate Lantern, and I expect to just lose and go to the next game. Especially when they do this, right? They go for the tribute summon, and they tribute summon the Lantern. They tribute summon the Lantern to search a spell card. And then here, you can see they're kind of like frustrated with themselves because they realized at this moment that they should have tribute summoned the Izuna, and they didn't want to ask for a take back. They didn't want to ask for a take back, which is fair enough. I probably would have let him take back and we go to game 3, but they didn't want to ask for it, so it's fine. And this is, so they can search a case here for the Lantern, but they can't activate it because of their own anti-spell. So this is actually not a play now. This is actually not a play now. So now they have Case, they have Izuna, and they have 2 unknowns in hand, but they actually just attack with the Lantern. And yeah. Which I've been there before. I honestly think these are the kind of mistakes that hurt you the most, is the one that you realize like a split second after you make it. Like literally, like in the moment as you're putting the card on the table, you're like, shit. You know, like I've been there before. So I do have an out to this anti-spell next turn because I have a Rhoda. I have a Rhoda set that I can activate for Ray, and the Ray can go into the 0, and I can try popping the anti-spell again. It's crazy how flexible of a card Sky Striker A0 is, really. Like how many things, like all of a sudden Sky Striker has outs to anti-spell. It's kind of crazy. It's like this, it's a subtle thing, but like, you know. So I go Ray, tag out into 0. They read 0 real quick to double check that this works, because they do have Bell in hand, and Bell does work on 0. But I have called by the grave for the Bell. And that is going to pop the freaking
Schuss Anti-Spell bitte.
anti-spell finally. Zero is literally a perfect card design. It's I think the fact that it forces you to play Rose is a little annoying, but other than that, it's pretty good, yeah. Zero does a little too much. No, I think it's balanced for Sky Striker. I mean, I'm biased because I like Sky Striker, but I don't think it does too much. No. Bro looks frustrated. I mean, I think that's fair enough. If you make a mistake, you can be frustrated with yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. At this point, I'm just engaging. I'm engaging in some fun activity right now. When is the branded locals arc? I'm probably gonna bring different decks to locals, like on a weekly basis. I haven't made plans yet for which is next and so on, but yeah. The thing with engage in these sort of game states is a lot of the cards that I'm drawing actually don't do anything, like Salesman, Raigeki. Like, they don't really, you know, they don't add much to what's going on right now. Like, I'm pretty much in a winning position, and this is something that I need to get better at with Sky Striker. Like I said earlier, preparing for like a grindier game, or like how to set up the most amount of disruptions on the opponent's turn is something that I need some practice with. But here, I think they're on 8. Yeah, they are on 8,000 life points. So I think even the double linkage is not game. Is it game? 25, 20. No, it's not game. So I'm linkaging into a big Shizuku because I have light and dark in the graveyard. Because the Kagari alone was not big enough to run over the Lantern, because I only had like 4 or 5 spells. I set another linkage and a Lemniscate, and I proceed to the end phase. Why not Raigeki the Lantern? I could have gone Raigeki the Lantern and then attack with Kagari and then linkage for some extra damage. I decided to hold the Raigeki just in case they manage to make some sort of board here, so that I have an answer for next turn. But yeah, that was also something I could have done. Is Lemniscate better than Zero? Lemniscate, I think, is a deceptively good card. Like, I think Zero is a very flashy and powerful card on the, like, you can immediately tell. Lemniscate is more like, I think the more you play Sky Striker and the more you learn how to use it and when to search it and so on, you're gonna realize how strong of a card it is. Also, it's a significantly better card when you go first. So in the blind second version of the deck, you're gonna realize less often how good of a card it is. But I think it is a really good card. Like here, I'm gonna go ahead and just recycle casually. I'm recycling a bunch of extra deck monsters, as well as some spells, and I'm gonna bounce both of these just back to the hand. Right? Just non-target, double bounce. They just found a play. I bounce them both back to the hand. And now the Lemnis Gate is in the graveyard and can potentially even be annoying again. Like if I... So the thing is, I have a linkage set here, right? I have a linkage set, and so you might think like, okay, how much disruption is this really? But it's a lot. So what I can do here is I can linkage the Shizuku into a 0. Then I can tag out the 0 into Ray and Rose, pop a card. Then I can, the Ray can tag out either into a Kagari to add back a spell from the grave, or it can tag out into a Kaina to make a monster unable to attack. And in response to that summon, I can trigger my Lemnis Gate to make Zeke to banish a monster on my opponent's field as well. So like the one linkage is like 3 interaction points, which is really, it's a lot, you know, it's with how easy it is to set it up.
Ja, das ist permanent.
And that play also frees up your main monster zone so that you can keep using stuff like Widow Anchor. Are you gonna bring Paleo to locals, or is the deck dead because of the new time rules? Yes, to both. I'm gonna do it at some point, but the deck is dead. So I'm gonna bring it to locals. I'm gonna go 0-4, and we're all gonna enjoy it together. I'm gonna go 0-4 without losing a single game. Watch me. It's gonna be rough. It is gonna be rough. I'm probably gonna do the same thing with Runic Sky Striker at some point. Once the Radiant Typhoon card comes out, I like the deck profile I watched for that. It looks so fun. Okay, so here we have normal summon Jokul to search another Izuna, but I'm never gonna play into that Izuna. And they realized that. They drew a droll for turn. That's a little too late. And we take down K9 Crystron to the 0. Yeah. Here, we spend a little bit of time theorizing about, like, if they had game, if they went for the Tribute Summon play, which it turns out they absolutely did have game because they had the K9 Forced Release set already. So if they can get into a Ripper, they can rank it up into a Werewolf, and then I think that Werewolf can attack, like, multiple times, and it's definitely game. So if they had seen the Tribute Summon Izuna, and then Lantern Effect, they would have won this game. Because I just couldn't do anything with the anti-spell around, and I would have we would have gone to a game 3 basically. Who game 3 could have gone either way. I think. I mean, if I sent them first and they draw anti-spell again, then I might very well lose. But for the most part, I think this matchup is looking pretty good for Sky Striker. Yeah. Yeah. So, that's the end for this locals. Unfortunately, these are the only rounds I have because of the batteries of the GoPro. I'm gonna do better. I'm probably gonna order extra batteries, so that I have replacements at all times, for future locals, and I never have to skip a round. But once again, let me know how you like the concept, whether you're watching on Twitch right now or on YouTube when it's uploaded. Feel free to give me feedback. Let me know how you liked the Sky Striker deck. I think this deck is going to also improve a decent bit with Doom of Dimensions, because the Radiant Typhoon quick play spell is really, really awesome in this deck. Like, I think the Radiant Typhoon quick play spell is basically perfect. It's like the perfect card for Sky Striker, really. Like, deck thinning, 2 spells in the graveyard immediately, can be activated in the draw phase to play around Droll and Lockbird. Consistency, you're gonna see the really important cards like so much more often, like your Engage, your Thrust, your Linkage, your Droplet. Like, you're gonna see all these cards more consistently. You can discard Lemnis Gate, which can be really nice, and it's just the all-around, I think, perfect card for Sky Striker. And it even helps you draw your outs to Droll and Lockbird in the draw phase. Like, you can draw into Salesman, you can draw into Called by the Grave, you can draw into Thrust, into Talent, in anticipation of Droll and Lockbird. So I think it's perfect. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to trying Sky Striker again once Doom of Dimensions comes out. In regards to YCS Lil, I will be trying the deck a little bit more. I'm not sure if I'm confident enough with the new time rules and Blind Second Sky Striker in the mix. Because as much as I think this deck is good, I really do think it's a good deck if played properly into the current meta. It needs a lot of practice, and I think different matchups require different win conditions. But I think it's pretty strong right now. However, I think the time rules require a lot of experience for this deck. And also, there's a couple of non-engine cards running around right now that are a pretty big problem for Sky Striker. I mean, the obvious answer is Ash Blossom is in everyone's deck. Droll and Lockbird is, at the moment, I would say, in everyone's side deck, which is better than if they were main decking it. But at the same time, you're going to have to deal with Droll and Lockbird a lot of game 2 and 3s, and that's a problem. And also Bell. Bell is like one of those like low-key really good cards against Sky Striker. Because Bell on either Kagari to add back or Bell on Sky Striker A0 to tag out and pop a card can be really, really annoying. And Bell is a pretty popular card right now with, Draco Tail, Mitsurugi, Yami. Like, all of those decks have solid applications for Bell. So Bell is a popular card, and that's also a problem for Sky Striker. So the environment for Sky Striker has its pros and cons, you know, like you have some pretty good matchups on paper, but then there's a lot of good non-engine against Sky Striker running around. And then the timer thing is also not like perfect for it. But I did quite enjoy the deck, and I feel like if I put in some practice and if you add the card from Doom of Dimensions, it's a very powerful deck. I like it a lot. And that was my Striker locals. I had a good time, for sure. Thoughts about Super Poly and Sky Striker? Could be. You could play that. I don't hate Super Poly this format. I think it's all right. Speaking of, we have a non-engine tier list to make, because last time I made a non-engine tier list was actually only like a week ago or 1.5 weeks ago. But when I made that, they released a ban list like 2 hours later. So all of the things I said were invalidated. So we have to make another one. Just gonna go on a very quick toilet break. I'm also gonna, let me see. I'm gonna run a quick ad so we don't get an interruption during the tier list. But I want to talk about non-engine in the current format. Yeah, I'll be right back. Anyone else thinking that RB isn't that as? I've heard some people say that, but I'm gonna need proof for that first, because to me it seems incredibly mediocre, and I don't believe in it personally. But I've heard that some people are messing around with it and actually found it to be not as bad, but I honestly, I don't believe in it. From the card quality that I've seen, I don't know. Anyways, all right. Non-engine in the current format. And when I say current format, I mean Doom of Dimensions format, because that's what everyone cares about, of course, for YCS Lille and YCS Anaheim, with the sets coming out next week. I think it is appropriate that we talk about non-engine, and since Konami ruined me completely by releasing the ban list exactly on the day that I recorded my last non-engine tier list, so I couldn't use it. We're gonna have to make a new one. The landscape has changed in the current format, and I want to talk about that for a second before we jump into the individual cards. With decks like Dracotail, Mitsurugi, Yami, and maybe Lunalight taking a little bit more spotlight right now, I think it is a little bit of a different environment than what we had in the last format. So the decks you're going to take into account when you choose which non-engine to play, I think the most important ones are Dracotail, Yami, and Mitsurugi. And I think Lunalight is also a consideration for most people, as well as something like K9 Crystron, Gem Knight, Sky Striker, Orchest, Mitsurugi, hybrid variations maybe, or like Heraldic Ryziel or something like that. Those are like the type of decks that I think you should respect, but the most important ones, I think, at the moment at least, are definitely Dracotail, Mitsurugi, Yami, and Lunalight to an extent. So with that in mind, we're going to go over these cards. I'm going to tell you whether I like them or I dislike them. And I'm going to tell you in which matchups I think they are good, and whether I would consider main decking them or side decking them only. So back row removal in the form of something like Harpy's Feather Duster, I think is in a solid spot right now. I would not recommend main decking it in anything that isn't like maybe a Sky Striker deck, or like a blind second deck in general. But I think in general, having access to Feather Duster is pretty solid in a lot of matchups, you know, against decks like Mitsurugi, being able to force the counter trap immediately. I mean, counter trap. Or pray, like if they don't go for the counter trap, then you're gonna like hit the prayers, the Magatama, and any imperms that they said immediately. So that's nice. Against Yami, they're gonna have to use the Herald Negate on it if they don't want to use the Surprise and the Field Spell and any other spells they set. So I think it's a pretty high value card. It's not gonna win any matchup on its own because most decks have good boards outside of their spell traps, but it's a decent card. Against Dracotail, if your deck really struggles with Dracotail Flame, you can also use back row removal to force the flame, but that's not like that's not a good exchange for you, but it works. Called by the Grave is a very good card in this format. It depends a little bit on your deck. If your deck struggles with cards like Ash Blossom, which some decks do, some decks don't, then I think Called by the Grave is a very main deckable card. But I think it's also just like a really good side deck card for going first in general. And I think what makes Called by the Grave exceptionally strong this format is the fact that it is good going second in a lot of matchups. Against Yami, you can negate Herald of the Arclight. Against Mitsurugi, you can hit the Murakumo or the Futsu or whatever. Against Dracotail, you can hit the 5 mana. So it's a really strong card at even hitting engine cards when you're going second, which is different from last format where decks like Vanquish Soul didn't really care about Called by the Grave at all when they went first. So I think it's very good. I think Called by the Grave is very, very strong. Dominus Impulse is a staple card if your deck can play it. It is one of the strongest hand traps in the format right now. I think the only deck that it's arguably not crazy against is Yami, but even against Yami, it has very solid applications. You can either choose to use it as a hand trap and hope they don't have the extender necessary to play through it, or you can hold it for your own turn to play through a card like Yami Surprise, or when the Synchros are tagging out to revive too. So Impulse, really high quality card, very good against Mitsurugi, very good against Dracotail, and obviously also a strong hand trap against something like Lunalight. So if your deck can play Impulse, you should probably play Impulse. Retaliating Sea is also a very, very good card this format. It is obviously, I think it's more suited as a side deck card, but it is very strong against Dracotail. Even in the versions that play Cartesia to play around it a little bit, you're going to be able to hit a Rahu or a K2 eventually. So Retaliating Sea hurts Dracotail in almost all of its versions. It is also pretty good against something like Lunalight, and has some random applications in some other matchups. Like, for example, against Sky Striker, you can counter linkage with it, which is relevant sometimes. You could also consider it against Yummy, depending on the deck you're playing, because if they use the Surprise, you can chain Retaliating Sea, and then the Surprise gets banished, which is neat. And also, if they start with Hornet Drones or Obedience Schooled, which is now limited, but still, the Retaliating Sea can be pretty nice. Yeah. So, really, really good side deck card. I think with Draco Tail now being in more of a spotlight position in the metagame, I think you're going to see a lot more Retaliating Seas, and I think Draco Tail really needs to worry about that and really find a solution. Ash Blossom is also a staple card this format with very little surprise. I think the only deck that plays through Ash Blossom very well is Yummy, but even Yummy, you can hit some of their starters. You know, sometimes you can just Ash Engage, or you can Ash Piri Rise Map, or Ash Obedience Schooled, and they might not have a play after. If they start with the monsters, the Ash Blossom will not actually stop the combos, but other than that, really high quality card against Draco Tail, really high quality card against Mitsu, very versatile card in any other matchup. So I think most decks are going to want to play Ash Blossom. In general, I think board breakers are also in a pretty good spot right now. So like cards like Ash Blossom being good does not mean you have to play it in every single deck. Like if you decide to play a board breaker deck and not include Ash because of that, I think that's valid. And ultimately, there are still going to be some K9 decks out there that Ash is not going to be great against, because if you Ash against K9, you are at risk of getting just like extended on with like Izuna. So board breakers are also going to be pretty solid. So just because I called this category staple does not really mean you have to. I guess I should just make it like extremely good or something like that. Yeah. Because staple means you have to play it in every deck, which is not the case with these cards. But they are very, very good. Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion. Interestingly enough, I think this is one of the best formats for Ghost Spell basically ever since the card came out. Usually this card was more of like a niche side deck options for maybe like 1 or 2 matchups in the format. I think right now you could realistically main deck Bell. Like I think Bell is really strong right now. Just to name a couple of interactions that you can do with Bell. Bell is obviously really strong against Mitsurugi Prayers and all of the Mitsurugi Ritual Graveyard effects, because you can negate the Search and the Revive. It is very strong against Draco Tail to Bell the trap cards. What you're trying to do, most Draco Tail players are playing 2 Draco Tail traps. So if you Bell the second one, it will not shuffle back the first one, and then they are left without any traps in the deck, and it basically ruins their grind game, because they're going to run out of spell traps. So if you play a grindy deck, Bell is really good against Draco Tail for you. Against Yummy, when you play into a Yummy board, you can Bell the Synchros when they try to tag out, which can be very, very crucial in certain moments against Yummy, but you can also use it against some one-card combos by Yummy. For example, if they start with Cookie or Lollipo or Marshmallow, if you Bell the minion to revive, they need an extender, otherwise they cannot play through the Bell. So Bell, really high quality cards in those 3 matchups, and it also has applications against something like Lunalight. You know, against Lunalight, I'm pretty sure you're going to find some decent spots for Bell as well. Also happens to be very good against Sky Striker, because you can Bell Kagari and Sky Striker A0. So really good format for Bell. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some success of main deck Bell in this format even. Chalice, I think, has been a decent option in the last format. Maybe if you wanted to worry about turn 0 plays like Holy Sue and Izuna, both of those have become way less relevant. So Chalice is a pretty situational card. I don't think I would recommend main decking Chalice in anything. The only decks that maybe could consider playing Chalice are decks that mainly care about Herald of the Arclight against Yummy. But even then, you're probably better off playing something like Imperm, Droplet. There's better options available for Forbidden Chalice. Cosmic Cyclone, I think, is a mediocre card now. I did say when we discussed non-engine for the last format before Doom of Dimension, I saw some use cases for Cosmic Cyclone, specifically for the Yummy matchup, because banishing their field spells was actually really painful. for the deck. However, now that Marshmallow is going to be out, they're going to have a way easier time recycling those banished field spells, so that is no longer a win con against the deck. And so I think Cosmic Cyclone just loses a lot of its appeal, and I wouldn't recommend playing it. It's not like bad, but it's definitely mediocre. Board breakers in the form of Raigeki and Darkhole, I think are pretty solid. They are situational in the sense that like you can't play them in every single deck, I don't think, because they just don't make that much sense. But if you're playing a full board breaker deck like Sky Striker, I think Raigeki is a pretty solid option. Because most boards are either going to get completely obliterated by it, or it's going to force out an Omni Negate. That's the thing, right? It's like, if your opponent really cares about the board, they can negate it with Herald of the Arclight, they can negate it with Draco Tail Flame, and against Mitsurugi, the Raigeki is like, fine. But it doesn't do anything against Lunalight, because at this point, like, if you're playing a board breaker deck, if they make Liger, you're going to be in trouble already, so... overall pretty solid though. I liked it. I played Sky Striker at locals, and I played some Raigekis, and they were pretty good, in my opinion. Book of Eclipse, I think, has lost a decent amount of value. I still think it is a solid board breaker. I don't think it's my favorite anymore. I think it's valid against Yami, because Book of Eclipsing is pretty good against that deck. However, I don't love it against Mitsurugi at all, because it's very easy for Mitsurugi to recover from Book of Eclipse, because they can just tribute their set, like Murakumo or Futsu or whatever, for prayers, and then just everything comes back in face up. And they also have IP on the board usually, and so, you know, like you basically have to hold Book of Eclipse and then chain it to the IP so that they can't link, but then you're also eclipsing your own stuff, and I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think this card is very good against Mitsurugi. Also, going first, it does nothing against Mitsu pretty much. Like maybe you prevent a rank 4, but like the rest of the plays are still gonna go through. It's a pretty good breaker against Yami, pretty inconsequential against Mitsu and Draco Tail. So I don't love it, but it could be all right. If Yami is your worst matchup, I think it could be okay, but I think there's going to be better options for that. So maybe I'll actually demote it to situational. I'm not a huge fan of it. Evenly, on the other hand, I think has solid applications this format. I think decks like Draco Tail and Pure Mitsurugi have their weaknesses to evenly matched. Of course, giving up your battle phase is rough, and there are some in some board breaker decks you're going to draw some cards, like for example in Sky Striker. This card has some risks because you might draw into it with Engage, and then you might not be able to use it anymore. But it's got some pretty solid use cases. I would not recommend main decking it, but I think it is a decently positioned side deck card in the current format, in the right deck with the right approach. What I don't think you would want to do is play evenly in a deck that already plays hand traps. So if you are choosing to play cards like Ash Bell, Impulse, Retaliating Sea, or whatever, I would not recommend playing evenly. Evenly, I think, is a card to really play in like full-on board breaker approaches, not paired with hand traps, which is different to some other board breakers, like something like Eclipse, or even some of the ones we're talking about later down the line. They can be paired with hand traps, you know, like you can just hand trap your opponent and then super poly the remaining stuff they have, but that doesn't really work that well with evenly. Fenrir. I think Fenrir is a pretty solid card this format. I think it's going to make some boards stronger going first. One thing you have to take into account with Fenrir is some decks might have lines to play around Nibiru, and Fenrir might change those because it's going to be an extra summon. So what normally would have been summon 4 is now going to be summon 5, and that could be a problem depending on how your deck plays under Nib. My problem with Fenrir is that I feel like going first, it's a really strong disruption. However, going second, I am not sure how high quality of a board breaker it really is. But it's definitely not bad. I'd have to try it more. I haven't been playing Fenrir a lot in most of my decks because I was prioritizing other cards that conflict with Fenrir, like Bestials or Izuna or Phantasme or Impulse or Nibiru. Like, I think that's the biggest problem for Fenrir going second, is that it just conflicts with other cards that I like more. So if I have to decide between Fenrir and Phantasme in my side deck, I personally prefer Phantasme. So I'm gonna not play the Fenrir because of that. But still, I think Fenrir is a solid card. Infinite Impermanence is a weird card this format. I think it is good, but I think it also is a little bit weird because it's not that good against Yummy. Against Draco Tail, it feels solid, but it also feels a little bit hit or miss because sometimes, you know, they go normal summon Lucius and you're in that position where you're like, should I imperm this Lucius now? Because they might just not have a way to fuse. But then if I do imperm and they have 5 mana, they might dodge it. Against Yummy, I'm going to be honest with you. Against Yummy, you're probably best off just holding it for your turn if your deck struggles with the Herald, but you can't do that. Against Mitsurugi, it is only okay. I think it's probably one of the weaker formats for Imperm. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not bad. And if you are running a hand trap approach, it might make the cut if you are... If you're looking for like the best 12 or 15 hand traps, the Imperm is probably part of that in the main deck. But I don't think it classifies as a very good card. Like, I genuinely am currently, even in some of the decks that I'm playing hand traps in, I'm considering not playing Imperm. But it can be played. It has some advantages. Notably, I think it is one of the best cards against K9 decks, because hitting the new K9 normal summon with Imperm is super clean. So if you're worried about that, you might still want to play Imperm, and you might still want to side it maybe for that matchup, because then they cannot extend with Izuna. If you hit that with an Imperm, and so that's really nice. But I don't know how relevant that matchup is going to be for me to main deck Imperm. Izuna is a very good card this upcoming format. I think just as a raw hand trap, I think it does a decent amount of things. I believe one of the main things that changed about Izuna is that it can now also sometimes be used against Yummy. Not always, because your Yummy opponent can still choose to play around the Izuna by not activating the Marshmallow in hand, but not every Yummy opponent is going to play around Izuna at any point in time. Some are going to decide to play into it at certain moments because sometimes it's the correct thing to do, which means that the Izuna is now no longer dead 100% of the time. It is now live a decent chunk of your games. You might still side deck it out against Yummy. That's something you might want to do. But like against all the other decks, Draco Tail, Mitsurugi, Lunalight even, like it's gonna be live basically every time and very early on in their turns, so you can basically choose when you use it. The only thing that Izuna depends on is, of course, you need space in your extra deck. Not every deck can afford to do that. Not every Draco Tail variation can. Like, for example, if you choose to play the Magistus cards in Draco Tail or the Dragon Maid cards or whatever, then you're going to struggle to fit the Exceeds for Izuna. So that is there is other alternatives to Izuna. You don't have to play it if you don't want to make the extra deck space, which is reasonable. It's not like something you have to play, but I do think it is in itself a pretty good hand trap, this format that is live against most matchups. I will say though, in most of the matchups where it's live, it doesn't like immediately auto win you the matchup. It's just a solid card. Like if you drop an Izuna against Mitsurugi, it's not instantly winning you the game, because you probably have to discard another card if you want it to resolve for the Murakumo, and then you get a rank 4 and that's a rank 5, and that's annoying for your opponent, but it doesn't automatically win you the game. But it's a high quality hand trap nonetheless. Artifact Lancia, I believe, goes into the situational category. I'm not gonna lie, there are matchups for this card, namely Malice, if it's still being played, Crystron K9, if it's still being played, and Lunalight, which I'm pretty sure is going to be played. I think those 3 matchups Lancia is pretty solid in. However, are those 3 matchups really relevant enough for you to use side deck space on it? Because there's a lot of other things running around, and I don't know if those decks are high priority enough to play a super specific card for those matchups. I guess Orchist is a good point. Yes, Orchist, the Lancia also has an application. So I think if your deck struggles with those matchups, or if you just expect a decent amount of those decks, then I think playing Lancia is valid. I don't think it's bad. In my head, it's just a little bit situational. Like, I could see myself playing it if I just struggle so much against those matchups that I really want a specific card for it, and I can afford it because maybe my deck, just if your deck has like a good matchup against Mitsu and Draco Tail, and that's why you don't have to spend much side deck for those, and you have extra room, then Lancia is completely fine. Mourner, I see no reason to play at the moment. I think the applications for it are just a little bit too few and far between. I already think Valor is not going to be that great And Mourner just being like basically a version of Valor is tough for it. I think with cards like Imperm and Valor already being not that high priority, I think Mourner just shouldn't see play this format. Yeah. It's not terrible into Draco Tail, but once again, you would never play 3 Valor, 3 Imperm, and Mourner, I think. But I don't think you would play Mourner over those cards, is what I'm saying. You can use it on your turn 1. The problem with Mourner on turn 1 in the TCG is that it's a trigger effect. So it does not work on Arthalion on your turn. If your opponent goes by mana effect, make Arthalion, the Mourner has to be Chainlink 1, and the Arthalion is going to be like Chainlink 2 or higher, and then it's going to resolve and then be negated afterwards. That's why Mourner is like pretty bad against Draco Tail on your own turn 2, and overall mediocre. Charmies. I think the landscape for Charmies has changed a little bit. I think Mulcharmy Meows is a pretty situational card. I'm struggling to find really good matchups for it. I think the best matchup for Meowls is when you use it on your own turn against Yummy. It can be quite annoying. However, I don't think that's enough reason to play it. Like, I don't want to play a Charmy that I have to hold until my own turn and then activate it in the draw phase just for it to be annoying later on. Like, I don't like that. In most other matchups, I'm not a big fan of Meowls. I think with Malice out of the format, it's a little mid. It has applications against Mitsurugi, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I think there's much better things you can do against Mitsu. Because, like, you still, like, basically, in order for you to plus off of a Meowls against Mitsu, they have to summon, like, multiple times from the graveyard, and that means every time they do that, they search and summon back. So they basically, every time they use a ritual graveyard effect, they get 2 cards, you get 1. And that means it doesn't even really discourage them from doing it like once or twice. Like, yeah, if you draw 2 cards off Meowls, it was technically decent, but they also generated like 4 cards in the process. So also they can just search and not summon back, which sometimes isn't even that bad for pure Mitsu. So I don't think it's the best card you can play against Mitsu. It's not dead against Mitsu, that's true. Like, if you put it into your side deck, you can probably side deck it, but I just wouldn't put it there to begin with. Huvalos, on the other hand, I think it's at least very good. I'm not sure if, because the decks in the format right now, like, basically there's like one half of the decks that are pretty solid into Fuva, actually. Like Draco Tail and Mitsurugi. Against those decks, you don't really need Fuva. However, there's another half of the decks in the format where Fuva is going to be very strong, which I think is why I'm still going to put it in extremely good. But it's not as dominating as it once was with like Malice, Ryziel format. But right now, like Yummy, Lunalight, K9 variations, I think the Fuva is still really good against, and basically like a really, really important failsafe that, like, you take the risk of drawing it going first. Because, I mean, against Draco Tail and Mitsu going second, it's still fine. It's not bad. It's still a good card to have when you go second. And so I think it gives you a very nice safety net against like the higher ceiling decks in the format while still being decent against Draco Tail and Mitsu. And it's dead going first, but a lot of decks have great ways to make use of it. Like, for example, Draco Tail can fuse away, Yummy can discard it for Cupsy, Mitsurugi can overlay into a level 4, so most decks are fine with drawing a Fuva going first as long as you can play. So I think it still qualifies as an extremely good card that you should play in most decks if you can. Purulia, I think with the basically with the absence of Ryziel, or mostly absence of Ryziel, I think Purulia becomes more of a situational card. I actually don't love Purulia right now. I think it was good against K9 Vanquish Soul because it discouraged them from extending and extending and extending, because most of the Vanquish Soul summons were from hand. However, against something like K9 Crystron, I feel like they can still basically pop off, but while giving you like 1 or 2 draws. So I don't think Perulia is that good, to be honest. Like, I think most matchups don't care enough. Mitsurugi, like, against Mitsurugi, they can go full combo with 2 draws if they want to, or they can just go for a slightly adjusted combo and give you 0 draws sometimes, or just 1. And I think the same is true for Yami. The same is true for Dracotail. Dracotail sometimes can just play without a normal summon. If you Perulia them in draw phase, they might just decide not to normal summon, give you 0 draws, and outgrind you from there. So I'm not a fan of Perulia right now. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is a weird card because it has applications against every matchup, but I feel like those applications are either a little bit too small in terms of their impact, or they are very late into the combo so that you still lose to the other things that they've made. So for example, against Yami, you are forced to basically use the Ghost Ogre very early and hope they can't play through it, which is very situational because it like depends 100% on their hand. If they start with Engage, if they start with Obedience Schooled, or if they start with like multiple Yami names, they can always ignore Ghost Ogre, and you basically have to hope that you can go use Ghost Ogre on your own turn onto the Snatchy when they try to synchro with it. But usually, if they go for the combo, they have ways to play around that and get another Snatchy back. Like when you Ghost Ogre the Snatchy, they like tag out with the synchro to bring back another Snatchy from the graveyard or something like that. So the Ghost Ogre can only ever do something if it's paired, which I think makes it a situationally good card against Yami. Like it can work, but only if it's paired with other cards. The same is true against most other matchups, like against Mitsurugi, for example. The card has very few applications, but the one application it does have is you can Ghost Ogre IP Masquerena, which is not bad. But it's probably going to cost you 2 cards in hand because they have Murakumo, and then yes, you can Ghost Ogre the IP, but can you beat Prayers, Magatama, Murakumo, and the Nibiru they have in hand because they search it off Gallant Granite? Probably not, right? So I think Ghost Ogre is situational. It's worth noting that against some Dracotail variations, Ghost Ogre isn't that bad. Like when you against the Megistus version of Dracotail, Ghost Ogreing the Cartesia or the Lucius is not actually a bad play. But I don't love Ghost Ogre. I think there is better hand traps in the format that have better coverage and more impact. Like for example, I think Ghost Ogre is just a worse version of Bell most of the time, is how I would put it. All right, we got some more breakers. Super Poly. In my head, Super Poly is a good card. I think it has very solid applications against most matchups. I'd have to look into exactly what things you can hit against Dracotail. But I think if you play something like Mysterion or Secretarion Dragon, you can Super Poly into that for sure. So pretty good card against Yami. Pretty good card against Mitsu. Pretty good card against Dracotail. The caveat here is the same with Izuna. These 2 cards require significant extra deck space, and that is not something that every deck is willing to do. But if your deck can afford to play Super Poly, I think it's worth noting that it's a pretty good card. What I like about it is that it pairs pretty well with hand traps, actually. So I think playing something like 9 hand traps and then Super Poly is not bad because you hand trap your opponent, they make a half board, you Super Poly the half board, you're good to go. And it's also a really good card going first because if you set it, it's really hard for some decks to play around it. So I like Super Poly. I think it's a decent card, this format for sure, and I could see people experimenting with it a decent amount. What's holding it back? Once again, decks like Yami don't have extra deck space for it. I don't think you do have enough because if you want to cover the entire meta, you need different targets. You need like 3-4 targets to cover the metagame. That's not that easy for most decks. Like Yami doesn't want to do that. Dracotail, depending on the version, also doesn't want to do that. Mitsurugi, if it plays Extravagance, can't really afford to do that, which I think Extravagance is more important than Super Poly for Mitsurugi because consistency is more important than the breaker. Because you can find other breakers, but it's hard to find other consistency pieces for Mitsu. So in theory, very good. In practice, I don't think we're going to see that much of it, but some rogue decks might really be able to shine with Super Poly. Rescue Ace. Rescue Ace loses one of its main decks, which is basically Vanquish Soul, which I don't think is going to be that popular anymore, which was one of the main decks to play this card in. However, I will say, I still think this card has solid applications in this format, and I don't think the only deck that can play it is Vanquish Soul. I think some other decks might also want to play Rescue Ace Impulse. One of the things that I'm thinking of is, like, I think it's a pretty solid card for every deck that is scared of Herald of the Arclight against Yummy, because you can just go put out a Fire Attacker, which is big enough to threaten the Arclight, and you'll just draw 2 cards and discard 1 in the process, which I think is pretty valuable for some cards. Like Draco Tail, I think could use this as one of their non-engines, because Draco Tail has problems with Arclight, and this just helps you filter your hand. You have a better chance at drawing cards like Nib, Phantasme, Phimena, and you have something that immediately forces them to interact with it, because it's otherwise going to kill the Herald. So I think it's a decent card still. I don't know if it's higher priority than other non-engine for Draco Tail, like whether you want to play this or just like a straight up breaker for the Herald, or just more hand traps to prevent the Herald. Like, all of that is also something I can imagine, but I think Rescue Ace is still solid, especially in decks that have good discards too. Like someone is mentioning right now in Orcust, you could do that. I'm sure Orcust could play Impulse. Dark Ruler, I think, is a solid card. I don't like main deck Dark Ruler anymore. I liked it a lot last format because, like, the K9 Vanquish Soul board, Dark Ruler kind of slapped, and against Yummy, Dark Ruler also slaps. I think the problem is that, like, in decks like Mitsu and in decks like Draco Tail, their back row just does way too much. So Dark Ruler is not good against them. And then also, of course, always the Dark Ruler problem, it's not good going first. So I personally wouldn't advise main decking Dark Ruler. I think it's a solid card to side deck if you're scared of Herald in the Yummy matchup. Once again, pretty good card against Yummy, pretty good cards against some rogue decks that make crazy boards. I do not like it main decked, personally. Shifter, I think, is a card that I wouldn't main deck, probably, depending on how popular Mitsurugi is, because Mitsurugi doesn't really care about Shifter that much. And if Mitsurugi is popular, then I don't think you want to main deck Shifter. However, Shifter is still a very good card, because most of the decks that can play it should probably side deck it. That's how I would personally do it. Like, for example, if I was playing Mitsurugi myself, there's a high chance I'm putting a Shifter into my side deck, because my deck doesn't care as much about it, but my opponent's decks probably do in the right matchup. So I'm side decking a Shifter, and whenever I draw it, I'm probably gonna win, right? And so yeah, Shifter good in side decks, I think, if your deck can play it. Skullmeister, in theory, not a bad card against Mitsurugi. I struggle to see what it does against Yummy. Can be okay against Draco Tail, but I think overall just not enough applications. And you should always be playing another hand trap over it. Songs of the Dominators is a pretty situational card. I mean, only really Yummy can play it. That's the only deck that really wants to. Even in Yummy, the card, I think, has become significantly worse for a couple of reasons. First of all, Yummy now has a monster effect that they want to activate in hand sometimes with Marshmallow. So, like, the drawback of songs actually hurts you sometimes. And just in general, the decks right now are not super weak to songs, right? Like, if a card like Imperm is already only in the solid category, Songs of the Dominators is basically a more situational version of Imperm. Like, it just doesn't stop the key things against decks like Draco Tail and Mitsurugi, right? Because most of the important stuff is happening in hand or in the graveyard or with the spell cards, and like this card just doesn't interact with those. So I don't love Songs of the Dominators right now. Triple Tactics Thrust, I think, is a very good card. I like it a lot. This is like one of my favorite cards to play in those types of like hybrid variations between board breakers and hand traps. Like if I want to play like 9 or 12 hand traps, but then like some board breakers on top. For example, in Yummy, this is something I've been doing, is like play some hand traps and then also play Thrust, because Thrust is one of the best cards you can use going second to break a board, because you can either search like Talents to break the board, or you can search Obedience, Schooled, or Engage to extend. So I've been liking Thrust a lot in something like Yummy. And in other decks, I could see it doing the same thing if you can search solid extenders for going second. Like, hypothetically, a deck like K9 Vanquish Soul, for example, could use this to search like Stake Your Soul going second when you're playing into a board. Of course, it's not an attribute, but I still think like it being a board breaker and a consistency card at the same time when you're going second is really nice for decks like that. And of course, decks like Sky Striker are always going to play Thrust. I like it a lot. Effect Veiler. Effect Veiler is just versed and imperm in every deck that isn't Draco Tail. In Draco Tail, I think Veiler still has its place. Overall, it is a solid card. I could see it being played in Yummy because you can also, it can be kind of used as like a starter. It's part of some 2-card combos with like Almirage or Linkaribo, so I don't hate it in Yummy and Draco Tail. I think for most other decks, you're just going to choose other cards from up here over Veiler, but it's not bad. It's not bad in Draco Tail, but not my highest priority, I would say. Crossout Designator. Crossout Designator is a pretty situational card at the moment because other than Called by the Grave, this card is essentially completely useless going second unless you're playing a mirror match or your opponent just happens to play the same hand traps as you are. The problem is a lot of the hand traps that people are using right now might not be in your deck, right? Like, you play against a deck that has Dominus Impulse like Mitsurugi, you might not have Dominus Impulse in your own deck, so you can't cross it out. Same with Purge against Yummy, same with Songs against Yummy, same with Fuva, because sometimes you go first, you don't want to keep Fuva in your deck. Of course, you can do that. Retaliating Sea, am I going to put a Retaliating Sea into my Draco Tail deck going first just to cross out the Retaliating with my one crossout in a deck? That doesn't seem like good deck building. So I think most of the time, this card can only really negate like the super popular cards like Ash or Nib or Imperm or whatever if you play those cards yourself. Which, if your deck really struggles with Ash, then I guess you're going to play Crossout just for that, but it's not very flexible. It's hard to hit the non-engine right now because decks just have different non-engine from each other. And that's that. Dominus Purge goes right next to Dominus Impulse because for both of these cards, the same thing is true. If your deck can't play them, you should play them. I think Dominus Impulse is slightly better in terms of the cards it can stop, but still Dominus Purge, extremely good card against Mitsurugi, extremely good card against Draco Tail because you can hit K2 with it. Of course, Impulse can hit K2 and Rahu, but still Purge is really good. Hits consistency against Lunalight, right? You can Purge Tenki, you can Purge Gold Leo, and maybe they can't play. Very, very good. Magnamut. Magnamut is a good card this format. I like it. I don't know if you should main deck it, but I think it is. It has very solid applications. Good against Mitsurugi, good against Lunalight, good against Yummy, and specifically Magnamut I think is awesome in Draco Tail. So I would recommend playing Magnamut in Draco Tail for sure. In other decks, you know, you can play Bestials. You don't have to, but I do think they have very solid applications. I don't know if I would main deck them. In most decks outside of Draco Tail, I probably wouldn't, but I think they are a consideration for the side deck. The question is just, are they better than something like Bell or Retaliating Sea or whatever in some of the matchups, which is like, probably not. So they might not have the highest priority, but I do think in something like Draco Tail, they're exceptionally strong. Basically, if your deck has a target for Magnamut, I would play Magnamut. I don't know about a full Bestial package, but Magnamut is very good right now. Speaking of a good Bestial target, I like Phantasme still. I think it is a solid card right now that you could even consider main decking. It's a little situational in the main deck because not every deck is going to play into it right away. Like, for example, Draco Tail is going to make a Seals, so the Phantasme is going to be live, but that's like relatively late into the turn. I like it against Yummy, but at the same time, Yummy does play Thrust usually, or at least I would play Thrust in Yummy, so I'm a little scared of that. But I think playing a package of one Magna, one Phantasme is a very reasonable thing to do in specifically Draco Tail, but also in other decks. I like that a lot. Change of Heart is a solid card, I think. It's between solid and situational. It's like you can only side deck it. You can only side deck it for going second. And even when you do go second and you do draw Change of Heart, all it really does is like relatively low impact, right? It's like, okay, against Draco Tail, I can force the Seals or the Flame. Against Yummy, I can force the Herald, which depending on the deck could be good enough for a reason. But like, It outs Baguska against Lunalight because you can take it and turn it to attack. So has applications. Don't know if I think the impact is good enough. Chaos Hunter. Chaos Hunter is mid. I don't think there's enough malice to justify it. With Lancia, at least you have other matchups that the Lancia can go in, like Lunalight or Crystron. I wouldn't advise playing Chaos Hunter for those matchups. So yeah. Dominus Spiral is not on the list. Dominus Spiral, I did not put on the list. You're right. I forgot about that. I think Dominus Spiral is a situational card because not a lot of decks can play it, but even if they could, I wouldn't right now is the problem. Dominus Spiral, for those of you that don't know, works a little bit differently than the other Dominus cards because the condition is a different one. Instead of being able to activate it when your opponent has a card on the field, your opponent has to have used an effect in hand or graveyard, and then you can bounce a monster back to the hand or extra deck. And then your opponent can revive something from the graveyard. And then you are locked into... You cannot use light or dark for the rest of this game. Which means a lot of the meta decks can't play it. But even if your deck can play it, I think it's just not enough impact. Because most of the decks at the moment just don't make the craziest boards, right? Like, yes, you can end phase Dominus Spiral a Herratic Seals or an IP Masquerena. But at that point, like... I feel like you can do better with your non-engine. Yeah. Contact C also seems decent with Retaliating C being viable. That's another good point. Contact C is a... I think I would rate Contact C as a situational card, but because Retaliating C is so good, I think a split of 3 Retaliating, 1 Contact is a pretty viable thing to do. Yeah, I don't hate that. I don't hate that because then you have a search target for Retaliating C when they eventually out it. So I don't mind that. Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. I'm thinking about it just now, and if your deck has extra deck space, once again, extra deck space being a problem here with some of these non-engine cards, I think this card could be pretty solid. Like hitting, like the problem is like against Yummy, they have ways to play around it. But against Draco Tail, like hitting triple Arthalion is pretty good. They can recycle it though, right? Like the Draco Tail traps can put a banished Draco Tail card back, right? So maybe it's more like situational. I'm gonna put it in situational just because I haven't tried it personally. But I can see some applications. It's like an experimental card that could turn out pretty good. Obviously it's nuts against Lunalight if you play a target. But like Draco Tail can recover from it. Yummy can recover from it. The thing is like, only because they can recover from it does not mean it's bad. Because them recovering from it might still force them into some awkward lines. I know that's the case with Yummy. So by the way Yummy can out Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries is because the field spells, when they are in the graveyard, can shuffle back or can put back banished Yummy monsters to the bottom as well to go back into the deck. So if you banish the Snatchies for it, you can also go field spell in the graveyard and put 2 Snatchies back. Now the thing is, setting up a field spell in the graveyard is not always that easy for Yummy. It's not trivial unless you draw one. Like if you draw a field spell, it becomes super easy because you can just discard it for Yummy Cupsy way, Cupsy Yummy way, and then you have a field spell in the graveyard and then basic. So that's like inherently Yummy already has 2 outs in their deck immediately to Ghost Reaper, right? Because if they open one of the field spells, it's basically free to out the Ghost Reaper. And then sometimes, depending on how they start, if you Ghost Reaper them early and they still haven't searched with Cupsy Yummy, they might be able to special Cupsy, search a field spell, and then get that one into the graveyard. That can happen. So I think it's situational against Yummy. If they know the lines to play around it, it's not going to be that good. Same for Draco Tail somewhat, but yeah, it's good against Lunalight for sure. Like if you're thinking about like finding a like one card that beats Lunalight, Ghost Reaper is pretty strong. Because, and what you do, by the way, is you don't hit the Liger Dancer, you hit the Leo Dancer. Because if the Leo Dancer is banished, they have no way to summon the Liger Dancer even. So Ghost Reaper is really strong there. The problem is you still have to deal with Baguska somehow. But then again, even if you can't out the Baguska that turn, I don't know what their win condition is in the long run. So you might be fine, no matter what. Pretty good card against Luna, yeah. DD Crow. I am not... It's not bad, right? Crow is not bad against Mitsu. Crow is... I wouldn't side it against Yummy. I wouldn't side it against Draco Tail. It's not bad against Lunalight. So it has applications against Luna, has applications against Mitsu. It's not bad against Striker. It's not terrible against Crystron, but probably not high impact enough. I think it's alright. I think it's alright in something like Draco Tail because you can recycle it and then use it over and over and over again, at which point you might be able to actually outgrind a lot of these decks, no problem. Not bad against Orchist, not bad against Fiendsmith. Yeah. I don't think it's good enough against Yummy and Draco Tail to main deck it ever. And I don't know if it's good enough in the side deck against those other decks. Like, why play Crow if you can play other, more targeted cards? But it's alright. It's alright. Jolin Lockbird is a very good card. The reason why I'm not putting it in extremely good is because I don't recommend main decking it. I simply think there is some decks in the format that Jolin Lockbird just doesn't hit at all. Namely, Draco Tail and Yummy, where like Jolin Lockbird barely does anything against those decks. Like you have to be very lucky for them to draw like a super, like, yeah, okay, if they start Engage, you might cut them off of one Cupsy search. Or like the Cupsy Yummy Way search. Sure, that can be a little bit annoying sometimes, but it's overall not good enough, I don't think, against Yummy. It's okay, but like not great against Yummy. And it's not great against Draco Tail either. Like sure, if they start with Lucius and then you droll them, they might not be able to activate K2 later, but they're gonna find a way to play around that. Like that's not the problem. However, it's a very strong side deck card. You know, decks like Mitsurugi, decks like Lunalight, decks like K9, decks like Sky Striker are all in the format, and Jolin Lockbird is very, very strong against them. So it's a very high priority side deck card. Honestly, if you main decked Droll right now, I don't even think you'd be that crazy. If one of those matchups is what you really care about because it's really hard for your deck, then I think it's not even that bad to main deck Jolin Lockbird, right? And like, in a deck like Draco Tail, it's a spellcaster, so you can fuse with it and make something viable out of it. In Yummy, it's a level 1, so you can normal it and make Linkaribo and then special your Yummies from hand. So like, it's not even that dead in those decks if you draw it in a matchup where you don't want it. So I could see some people main decking it. I would mostly recommend siding it for now, unless there's a lot of Mitsu, which could be the case. But yeah. Forbidden Droplet. Very good card. Very, very, very good card. Another one of those cards similar to Super Poly that works really well even in decks that play a bunch of hand traps and then just play like a Droplet with it. Because Droplet is really strong right now at handling half boards. You know, like you care about if you care about the Herald in Yummy, all you have to do is activate a spell and then chain Droplet. Against Draco Tail, you can Droplet the Altharion in your turn. That's really nice. Against Mitsurugi, Droplet the IP, Droplet the Murakumo, Droplet the Futsu. It's not going to win you the game on its own, but it's a pretty good non-engine card overall. I like Droplet a lot. The cards that tribute your opponent's shit. With Lunalight in the format, all of these cards have some applications. I think I'm going to throw Ras Fear Mode and Lava Golem in situational, because not every deck can play them. But I mean, it goes without saying that if your deck doesn't need the normal summon at all, then of course these cards are better than Kaijus. Kaijus I'm going to put in solid somewhere, simply because I think it's like, I think every deck with no exception in this format should have an out to Lunalight in their side deck or main deck if possible. So finding, like, if you can't find anything that your deck can do with its engine to out the Lunalight stuff, then play some Kaijus. Like, in some decks, they're even good against other matchups. Like, for example, in Draco Tail, like, the most important thing against Yummy is outing the Herald anyways. So just play some Kaijus. Just play some Kaijus, give them the Kaiju over the Herald, and then play. But then at the same time, you have an actual win condition against the Lunalight deck, right? So I think Kaijus are nice. If you play Thrust, you can side the Ruma Cannon. You can do that, but I don't think that's super reliable against Lunalight because they have a spell trap negate, right? They have Lunalight Silverhound in the graveyard, so if you can't force that somehow, the Karma Cannon is not going to help you. So I don't know. But yes, you need a way to handle the Liger Dancer this format. I think if you like, okay, it's one thing to lose against Lunalight because you didn't draw your answer, that's fine. But like losing to Lunalight because your deck straight up didn't have an answer, I think is not something that should happen this format. There should always be an out somewhere in your deck. You should have a realistic win con against Lunalight. Kurikara, on the other hand, I'm just not a big fan of right now because I don't like that your opponent has to activate the effects before you can actually use the Kurikara. I just don't think that's good against the current decks in the format. Like, it's not bad against Yummy, I think. However, against like Lunalight, I don't want to wait for my opponent to Raigeki my board before I can actually out the Liger Dancer. Yeah. Also, it's worth noting that, yes, I probably should have put Dogoran as the picture because Dogoran is the one that most decks can search because you can go Hita and crash into something and then search Dogoran. So Dogoran is probably going to be the most common Kaiju. In this case, if your deck can make Hita, you might not even have to play 3 Kaijus, then 1 is already enough. If you can make Hita, then just play 1 Dogoran. Yeah. Lightning Storm goes next to like Duster. I think it's a solid card this format, but I wouldn't main deck it. Like cards like Dark Ruler, Lightning Storm, and Duster all have very solid applications post side. I don't think they are good in the main deck. It's also worth noting that Lightning Storm went to 3, so you can play a more consistent like strategy now with Lightning Storm post side. You're gonna see it more often. I think that's good. So like you can play upwards of 3 Lightning Storm, 1 Feather Duster to deal with back row, which I think is pretty solid. I like both of these. Nibiru. Nibiru is weird right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. There is a couple of matchups where I would classify Nibiru as a very good card. Like against Yummy, for example, I like Nibiru a lot. Against Lunalight, Nibiru is also a pretty solid card to pair with other hand traps. Like, of course, alone they can play around Nibiru, but as soon as you pair Nibiru, it becomes pretty strong. It's also one of the strongest hand traps to have when you're going first. You make a half board, you have Nibiru behind that, very powerful. Also a very good card in Draco Tail. I like it a lot in Draco Tail specifically as well. Problem with Nibiru is that some decks in the format can play around it surprisingly well. Draco Tail and Mitsurugi have some really good lines around Nibiru. But that's also usually only when they go first. When they go second, Nibiru can hit them pretty hard. So I like it actually. Maybe it goes up a little bit. I'm putting Nibiru up here. I think Nibiru is good. I don't know if you should main deck it in every deck. There's some decks that it has anti-synergy with. Like, for example, if you play Yummy and you play the Sky Striker cards, you might not want to play Nibiru. If you play a deck with Dominus Impulse, I think you should think about playing Nibiru. Like, because Dominus Impulse is usually a hand trap you want to use early, like on K2, Rahu, Mitsurugi Ritual. Like, you want to use that Impulse early. You don't want to hold it because you have Nib in your hand. It's a very awkward pairing. So in some decks, I don't think Nibiru is that great, but I still think overall it classifies as a pretty good hand trap if you also consider the fact that it's really good going first. I like it. Pankratops. Solid side deck option. I like it. I still think it's good against Yummy. Mainly, once again, I keep saying this about Yummy, but I really think in some matchups, it's all about the Herald of the Arclight, and Pankratops is one of the most consistent outs to Herald of the Arclight. It's very hard for them to prevent you from specialing Pankratops and just popping the Arclight. So if your deck doesn't care about Yummy but cares about Arclight, then Pankratops is your way to go. Like Draco Tail, I think it's a good card in Draco Tail because you can just go special Pank, pop Herald, activate K2, and you're good to go. So yeah, I like Pank. I think it's solid in the right deck. If your deck doesn't care about Herald, you probably shouldn't play Pankratops. But it's nice too that you just happen to have an out to Floodgates as well in your deck. Like if you play Pankratops, if you ever feel like there's a matchup that's really good for you, but you could lose if they draw like Rivalry, Gozen, or whatever, then you can go Pank. Don't they have Linkaribo now? Yeah, but like you're not trying to attack over the Herald. You just summon Pank, activate effect. And then the Herald is gone. And then you play. So it's fine. Spellcard Monster Reborn is a card that was played a little bit during Mitsurugi format, which is why I'm bringing it up right now. It's a situational card, but I don't hate it against the Mitsurugi matchup. And you can like use it in some decks. It can be a pretty good extender too. Like if you play like a Draco Tail Mirror or something, you can like steal something from their graveyard maybe and make use of it. A card that I haven't thought about too much, but I can see it have some applications against some decks in the format. You can steal Yummy cards in the mirror match, sure, like steal your opponent's Snatchy or something, right? Which can help you play through like when they book your board or something, or bounce your board. You can maybe extend with this. Maybe some applications for Spellcard Monster Reborn. I don't hate it. It's like a very budget version of Cult by the Grave. But Cult by the Grave is very good. So maybe a budget Cult by the Grave can still work out. I could see it. Ultimate Slayer. Ultimate Slayer is solid. It goes into the exact same category as Dark Ruler and Lightning Storm. Wouldn't recommend main decking it, but I think for the right matchup, it's a very solid side deck card. Problem once again, extra deck space, right? Like we're looking at some really high quality extra deck cards, non-engine cards here in the form of like Izuna, Super Poly, Ultimate Slayer. But all of them require extra deck space and cherries to an extent, right? So like you just can't choose many of them. You have to pick and choose. And but I think Ultimate Slayer is a solid card going second. You can definitely do that. Send Herald, add Habakiri. I mean, if you play Mitsu and you want to side Herald against Yummy, yeah, that's broken, right? Like you go Ultimate Slayer, send your own Herald of the Arclight. That cooks. Like that's nice. So yeah, definitely has some solid applications. I like it. Talents. Talents is an awesome card this format. I like Talents a lot, especially in formats where decks make kind of breakable boards, which I think is the current format. I think Draco Tail, Yummy, and Mitsurugi all make boards that can be broken reasonably, even with like strong engine and board breaker hands. Talents is perfect in these kinds of formats because you just like draw 2 extra cards or steal or take out, like all the options are viable right now. Sometimes you want to take a look at their hand, take out the hand trap so you can keep playing. And it's a good card going first. It's a good card going second. It's quite literally one of the best non-engines in the format right now, which I'm throwing it up there. Metaltronus. Metaltronus is a pretty solid card, I would say. Once again, it is a little bit weird to main deck because you need to play a lot of very specific targets for it. But if you do that, then I guess it's really strong. The reason why I'm definitely putting it in solid is because I think it's a very, very strong card in the Yummy Mirror match, from what I've heard. Because you can use it to negate something and also extend at the same time. So basically the things that I've talked about with Spellcard Monster Reborn, you can do with Metaltronus, but better. Because you get a body and you negate a body. So I think Metaltronus is pretty solid for that. In other decks, I'm not sure if I would play Metaltronus. Like in Draco Tail or Mitsu or whatever. I don't think Metaltronus outvalues these other cards in the list. But yeah. So what we're left with is like a landscape where some of the best cards in the format are still hand traps, like specifically Ash, the Dominus cards, and Fuva are pretty good. But board breakers have definitely have a spot in this format. I think a mix between some hand traps, Droplet, Thrust, Super Poly, whatever, can be very, very potent. And in general, I also wouldn't be surprised if we see some decks with just in general lower non-engine counts. Like, I think it's completely reasonable to play a deck with like 12 hand traps and like 28 engine or something like that, depending on how strong your engine is. Like, for example, Draco Tail. I don't think Draco Tail needs to play like 20 hand traps to compete in this format. You can just play like 9 or 12 and play extra engine, like extra pushes, extra patchwork, extra Cartesia, extra poly, whatever. Like, I think that's realistic. I think it's a pretty interesting format in that sense, because you are not forced to play infinite non-engine to compete with people. Of course, there are still decks that can do that, like Yummy, for example, has a lot of non-engine space, but you're not forced to play those decks. You can play Draco Tail with more engine, you can play Mitsu with more engine, you can play Lunalight, which has a lot of engine. K9 Crystron also doesn't have that much non-engine, so yeah, I think it's interesting. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. If you watched on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed the little bit of a discussion for the new format. Let me know what you think about non-engine choices coming up for YCS Lille and YCS Anaheim. Until then, hope you found this helpful. Thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe. We are headed to 100,000 subscribers. It would really mean a lot to me if we hit that soon-ish. So yeah, show me some support by hitting that subscribe button if you're not subscribed yet. Without further ado, I'll see you next time, Duelists, and thank you for watching. Did we talk about Inscription yet? No, actually. I mean, Inscription. So what are we trying to do with Inscription? Walk me through it. We have Yummy. What are we calling? We call Summon from Grave at the start of the main phase. Going second. Because here's the thing with Inscription. I don't like when Inscription is good going first. I don't think that's like... I mean... If Inscription is good going first, I'm going to side it in for going first as well. But for me, for Inscription to be a good card, I think it needs to be good going second as well. So against Yummy, we're trying to call the Revive from Graveyard effect, right? Good first and second, to be honest. Against Mitsu, yeah. We just call the Abyss Dweller effect. And we cook, right? Against Mitsu. Against Draco Tail, probably good too, right? Against Draco Tail, we also call the Dweller effect, no problem. And if we play against Yummy, we have to call the Revive from Graveyard effect, but I honestly don't know if that does enough when you're going second, because they already have a decent amount of disruption even without that. But yeah, the Abyss Dweller effect is definitely good. No. The question is, which deck wants to play Inscription and call Abyss Dweller? Because they might, I mean, I guess Yummy can use it against Draco Tail, or Yummy can use it against Mitsu, right? That's something you can definitely do. All the tag outs are off and surprise is kind of off. The thing is, like, if your opponent is really worried about it, they can just negate it with Herald. But honestly, I think, like, if my opponent has 5 cards left in hand and I've just gone full Yummy combo, you can still, here's the thing, you can still use Herald to negate one of the 5 cards in their hand. You can still use, you still have 1 quick synchro into a book 2, and you still have surprise to bounce 2. Plus the other non-engine that Yummy has in hand, which normally it has non-engine, right? So, like, it's not that trivial to play around an Omni Negate, a double book, a double bounce, and their hand traps, right? So I don't think that's a consistent solution for going second against Yummy. I don't think that's realistic that you win that. But yeah. Against the other decks, it seems okay. I did already see the new branded card. Yes, we looked at the new branded card. It's pretty good, I think. But I think the new branded card suffers from the same thing that the new branded extra deck monster suffers from, which is just like, it's just another option in the long line of options that branded has already. You know what I mean? Can't you put the new branded card in your striker deck next month? Okay. Talk to me. We have a quick play spell, so it synergizes with the new quick play spell trade-in. What are we sending from the extra deck for the branded quick play spell that has value in Sky Striker? Like, why are we playing it? Albion's set another copy. Oh, okay. So like we just keep activating one, pop a monster, and then we reset another one with Albion. It's a nice reset. It's a nice resource loop. That's true. I didn't look at it from that perspective. Yeah. Sky Striker extra deck space is no space land. That's not true. There's not that's just not true. You can make space in Sky Striker extra deck. Like, unironically, I don't even think this might be a hot take, but I don't think you need 3 Kagaris. I don't think you need 3 Kagaris. With Lemniscate around, I think you're good with 2. Unironically, I think you can get away with 2. You can get away without. I played Typhoon. I played Typhon, I played Hita, I played Dark, and I played 3 Kagaris. That's potentially 4 cards you don't need. There's some slots you can have. The problem, you would need to, if you want to play 3 copies and you want to be able to use all 3 copies, you would have to play 3 Albions, right? Because, or 2 Albions and something else, because the first one is going to send an Albion that sets the second one. The second one sends another Albion that sets the third one. But then in order to activate the third one, you need another target. But what you could also do is you could play 2 Albions and then search, like the third copy you're not going to activate, you're just going to add it to your hand. And then you're going to discard it for something. You're going to like send it for linkage, or send it for Area 0, or discard it for the Radiant Typhoon card. Like, you don't have to go through all 3 for it to have value, right? Like, you could just play this card with like 1 Albion or 2 Albions to get like some value out of it. But I don't hate that. I genuinely don't hate that. I think this card is pretty interesting. And it's funny because it's like, for branded, this card like... I think this card is like fine for branded, but unironically, maybe it's better in other decks. Like maybe it's generally better in other decks that where you just play 3 copies of this card with like 2 to 3 Albions in your extra deck, and you have like a pop every turn for 3 turns, right? The big thing with this card for branded is that it's an engine out for Baguska. That's true. That's a good point. Like, I think branded is going to play this card. I think this card is good enough to see play in branded, but like, it doesn't make branded that much better, because if branded resolves like Albion in the end phase, it already has a lot of really high value targets for it. So like, whether you're setting a branded in red or a branded banishment or a fallen and the virtuous, it's not going to make like that much of a difference. Like, that's what I mean. It's kind of the same with the new fusion monster. It's like, yeah, the new fusion monster is nice for branded, but branded already has like a bazillion extra deck options. So like, sure, you're foregoing some of those to fit the new branded fusion monster. And it's like, okay, well, sometimes that's going to come up, but sometimes you're going to miss the thing that you cut for it, right? And I think that's the same thing with this card. Like, yeah, you're going to cut some other like branded banishment for this, and then you're sometimes going to miss branded banishment, but it's fine. I like it. I like that it's good going second, though. I like that it's actually a good draw going second. That's like really, that's really nice for it. Can you use the special from Grave effect if you didn't have an Ecclesia monster in the graveyard beforehand? No. If the way I'm reading it is when it says you can activate one of the following effects, when cards read like that, you usually have to tell your opponent which effect you're using when you activate it, I think. I think that's how they work. Yeah. So you're gonna have to declare which effect you're using when you activate the card, which means if you don't have an Ecclesia monster, you can't activate the second one. Yeah. Yeah, it's like Salamangrate Circle. That's a good comparison. Yeah. It's a boomer comparison, but I vibe with it. All right, duelists. We've gone through all the things I wanted to do today. I hope you enjoyed today's stream, the locals POV, the tier listing and everything, the current format talks. I will be streaming both days this weekend with the new schedule. I have no regionals planned, so I'm going to see you guys tomorrow and on Sunday. I don't know exactly what we're going to do tomorrow and on Sunday. I haven't really made plans yet, but I'll be live on both days. Well, on Sunday, I know. On Sunday, we have the Challenger Cup finals for the season. But tomorrow, I don't know yet. I'll think of something for tomorrow. I'll let you know. Until then, thank you all so much for the support. As always, you guys are amazing. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow. And let me find someone to raid real quick. Let me see who's live. Who is playing Yu-Gi-Oh right now? Yu-Gi-Oh. Is there someone doing TCG? We need more TCG streamers. We need more TCG streamers. Okay, there's no English-speaking TCG streamer right now. Great. All right, let me check Master Duel. Oh, Bronas is streaming. Okay, I didn't know Bronas was streaming. All right, I'll send you guys over to Bronas, our European top 4 world championship competitor. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and wish you a wonderful start to the weekend.